In Ibadan, students at the university gave him the name Omowale, the son who has returned. He spoke to packed halls. When an opponent tried to challenge his message, students mobbed the man off the stage. Malcolm watched it happen with something close to wonder. In Accra, he met President Kwame Nkrumah and addressed the Ghanaian parliament. He called for a pan-Africanist alliance, linking the diaspora's fight to the continent's own struggles against colonial interference. He warned that the American government was itself a colonial power and that it should be held accountable. The expatriate community there, which included Maya Angelou and Julian Mayfield, welcomed him warmly. The trip was marred by one encounter. At the airport, he ran into Muhammad Ali. The two had been close once. Ali looked at Malcolm's new beard, his white robes, and turned cold. He told reporters that nobody listens to that Malcolm anymore. He declared his total loyalty to Elijah Muhammad. Malcolm said nothing in reply, or if he did, nobody recorded it. On the 21st of May, 1964, he landed at JFK. Supporters and journalists crowded the arrivals hall, eager to hear from the man who had left as a nationalist and returned as something harder to categorize. He carried with him a message of universal brotherhood that his own followers were still absorbing. He had plans, a new secular organization, international alliances, a broader platform. But the shadows from Chicago were growing longer, and his former brothers were already composing their answer. Chapter 12. Open Season. He came home to New York in late May of 1964, and within hours he was standing behind a podium at the Hotel Theresa. The press conference was packed. Reporters who had covered him for years noticed something different in his bearing, a kind of openness that hadn't been there before. He told them plainly that his travels had changed his racial philosophy. He announced his intention to form a new organization, one that would welcome all people of African descent and accept support from anyone willing to offer it. Muslim Mosque Incorporated would remain his spiritual vehicle, but the political work ahead required something broader, something with room for people who didn't share his faith. The very next day, he flew to Chicago. 1,500 people filled a hall to hear him debate Louis Lomax. He told them that separation was not the goal, nor was integration, but respect as a human being. And he added a warning, one drawn from what he'd witnessed in Africa. If the race issue went unsettled, he said, Black Americans would adopt the same guerrilla tactics that had toppled colonial governments overseas. The audience listened carefully. So did the people who had been sent to watch him. The FBI visited his home on the 29th of May. They wanted to question him about a supposed plot to assassinate President Johnson. Malcolm had anticipated the visit. He'd hidden a tape recorder under the sofa before they arrived. During the interview, he calmly defended the Nation of Islam's role in cleaning up crime in black neighborhoods. It was a shrewd performance. By speaking as though he was still under suspension from the nation, he strengthened his legal claim to the house in Queens, the parsonage that Elijah Muhammad's people were trying to take from him. The courts were already involved, and a judge would eventually order the family to vacate by the end of January 1965. On the 6th of June, he sat in the living room of Yuri Kochiyama's apartment and met with Japanese survivors of the atomic bomb. He told them something that stayed with the people in that room for years afterward. You have been scarred by the atom bomb. He said, we have also been scarred. The bomb that hit us was racism. He spoke about Vietnam, about imperialism, about the shared wounds of people across the world who had been treated as less than human by governments with too much power and too little conscience. on the stage of the Audubon Ballroom and did something that could never be taken back. At the Audubon, he finally went nuclear. He took the secrets he had confirmed in Phoenix, the illegitimate children, the betrayals of the secretaries, and broadcast them to the world, burning his final bridge to Chicago. The room went very quiet. This was the heart of everything the nation claimed to stand for: moral purity, divine authority, and Malcolm was cutting it open in front of hundreds of witnesses. He sent James 67X to the West Coast afterward to collect sworn affidavits from the women involved. They were willing to file paternity suits. They were also terrified. On the 28th of June, he officially launched the Organization of Afro-American Unity, modeled after the Organization of African Unity he had observed in Cairo. The OAAU would be the secular arm of his movement, dedicated to education, economic self-reliance, and political empowerment. He told the founding rally that this organization would not engage in sit-ins. They would take what was rightfully theirs. Meanwhile, Harlem was getting dangerous. His supporters had begun carrying rifles and shotguns openly in the streets. Captain Joseph, who ran the Fruit of Islam in New York, reportedly told his men that Malcolm himself was not to be touched, but that everyone around him was fair game. On 116th Street, armed Malcolmites squared off against a crowd of nation members in a standoff that ended with several arrests and a great deal of fear on both sides. The neighborhood felt like a place holding its breath. By early July, he could see the situation clearly enough. His organizations were young and fragile, riddled with internal friction. The streets around him were turning volatile. He made the decision to leave again, to return to Africa for a second tour, where he hoped to lobby heads of state to bring the American government before the United Nations. He also needed money. On the 9th of July, 1964, he boarded a flight for London. His instructions to the men he left behind were simple: take care of Betty. He was leaving behind a city on the edge of something terrible, trading one set of dangers for the uncertain shelter of the international stage. And as he prepared to plead the case of the American Negro before the leaders of the world, the men he trusted to protect his family were already beginning to buckle under the weight of an impossible loyalty. Chapter 13: Passport to the World. On the 10th of July, 1964, Malcolm stepped off a plane at Heathrow Airport and into a London summer. The British press wanted to talk to him, and unlike the reporters back in New York, they seemed genuinely interested in what he had to say. He spent his days meeting with African students and intellectuals in the city, framing the American struggle as one thread in a much larger tapestry of anti-colonial revolution. Within days, he was on a flight to Cairo. He arrived on the 13th of July for the second summit of the Organization of African Unity. 33 heads of state had gathered, and Malcolm intended to lobby every one of them. He submitted an 8-page memorandum to the delegates, arguing that our problem is your problem, and that no matter how much independence Africans achieved, they would never be fully respected while Black Americans remained unfree. He was a private citizen from Harlem, walking the halls of a diplomatic summit, and yet he moved through those corridors as though he'd been doing it all his life. The Egyptian secret police watched him. So did the CIA. On the night of the 23rd of July, after dinner at the Zodiac restaurant in his hotel, Malcolm was suddenly seized by violent stomach cramps and nausea. He suspected poisoning. He was rushed to a local hospital where doctors pumped his stomach. He later told associates that they almost got me that time. The episode left him weakened, thinner in the face, slower on his feet. But something had hardened behind his eyes. If anything, the attack confirmed what he already believed, that his international lobbying had made him a target of the highest order. He pressed on through the continent regardless, spending weeks in Ethiopia, Kenya, Tanzania, Guinea, and Liberia. In Nairobi, he met with Jomo Kenyatta and addressed the Kenyan parliament, where he was received as a visiting dignitary. He watched these newly independent nations building their governments, training their civil servants, writing their own laws. He began sketching plans for the OAAU to offer technical and educational support to African states in exchange for political solidarity. In Dar es Salaam, Julius Nyerere listened to him with deep sympathy, but offered a cautious warning. The African nations depended on American developmental aid and couldn't afford to alienate Washington openly. By September, he had made his way back to Saudi Arabia as a guest of Prince Faisal, who provided him with a car and driver to tour the kingdom. He returned to Mecca and Medina, spending quiet hours in prayer, deepening his understanding of Orthodox Sunni Islam. He wrote to his followers in New York that the true Islam is a religion of peace and brotherhood, and that he prayed Allah would give him the strength to carry this message back to the wilderness of North America. He was struck by the lack of racial consciousness in the Saudi administration. Many high-ranking officials were of African descent, and nobody seemed to think anything of it. Meanwhile, back in New York, the organizations he built were drifting. The OAAU, the Muslim Mosque, Incorporated, had lost momentum in his absence. Internal rivalries between key lieutenants like James 67X and Peter Bailey sapped what energy remained. The FBI saw its opportunity and moved in, intensifying its COINTELPRO operations, spreading rumors that Malcolm had abandoned the cause for a comfortable life abroad, planting seeds of distrust among the membership. When he finally landed at Kennedy Airport on the 24th of November, only a small group of loyalists stood waiting. 5 months earlier, crowds had met him at that same terminal. He could feel the change immediately. The Nation of Islam's newspaper, Mohammed Speaks, had sharpened its language considerably. Louis X had written that a man like Malcolm is worthy of death, and that the die is cast. His home in Queens was under constant surveillance by NOI members. Several of his supporters had been attacked in the streets. He tried to rebuild momentum with weekly rallies at the Audubon Ballroom, but attendance was uneven and the money was running out. Small donations, and whatever he earned from speaking engagements, that was all that kept the office on 125th Street open. He told a journalist that autumn, "I'm a marked man." He said he didn't expect to live to see the end of the year. His relationship with the ministers who had followed him out of the nation was fraying under the weight of his evolving philosophy. He spent his nights at the OAAU office working until dawn on a basic unity program he hoped might finally pull the fractured movement together. He carried a briefcase everywhere now, documents in one side, a loaded pistol in the other. The halls of African parliaments already felt like another lifetime. The walls on 125th Street were closing in. Chapter 14. The Last Cold Months. By late 1964, Malcolm's calendar had become a kind of punishment. Speeches in New York, debates in England, meetings that ran past midnight. He moved through airports and hotel lobbies with the look of a man carrying something heavy, though his suitcase was always light. The death threats had become so frequent that they blended into the background noise of his life, the way traffic does when you've lived on a busy street long enough. In December, he travelled to Oxford, England, to debate at the Oxford Union. He stood before an audience of young scholars in that old, wood-panelled hall and laid out his case with the kind of precision that made people lean forward in their seats. He told them he didn't believe in any form of unjustified racism, and that the oppressed had a right to use whatever means were necessary to liberate themselves. The room was still for a moment after he finished. Back in New York, the courts were moving to evict his family from their home. They were ordered to be out by the end of January. Early February brought him south. He visited Selma, Alabama, at the invitation of SNCC activists, arriving while Dr. King sat in a jail cell. He met instead with Coretta Scott King and told her plainly that he wasn't there to make her husband's job harder. His presence, he suggested, gave white America an alternative to consider, one that made King's demands look reasonable by comparison. It didn't stay long. Word reached him that the Nation of Islam was pushing harder to seize his house in Queens, and he flew back to New York on the 4th of February with the feeling that the walls were closing in. 10 days later, the violence arrived at his front door. It was the early hours of the 14th, a Saturday, and Betty and the 4 girls were asleep. 2 firebombs came through the front windows. The house filled with the smell of petrol and a thick grey smoke that moved fast through the hallways. Malcolm got his family out through the back, all of them barefoot, the youngest still half asleep and crying. He stood on the pavement in his dressing gown and watched the living room burn. When the police arrived, he told them the Nation of Islam did this. His voice was steady. That same evening, he left for London, placing his family in the care of friends. London offered a brief reprieve, or at least the illusion of one. He spoke at the London School of Economics and met with representatives of the Council of African Organizations. When he tried to continue on to Paris for a scheduled engagement, French gendarmes stopped him at Orly Airport and informed him he was persona non grata. He was put on a return flight almost immediately. He suspected American pressure was behind it and told the London press that the international conspiracy against the black man was real, that they were trying to silence him because he was telling the truth about American democracy. Whether the accusation was precise or not, the pattern was hard to ignore. He flew back to New York on the 13th, but his home was a charred ruin. He checked into the Statler Hilton under a false name, though the media and the FBI found him within hours. His body was failing him. A cough he couldn't shake. Nights without sleep. He told his assistant, Brother Benjamin, that he felt like he was walking in a fog, that he couldn't see the way forward anymore. Visitors came and went from the hotel room. He gave interviews, took phone calls, tried to plan. His thoughts drifted. The night before the rally, the 20th, he stayed at the Hilton alone. Sleep wouldn't come. He spent hours on the phone with Betty and his sisters, and something in his tone had shifted. He told Betty he was going to make it up to her, all the time away, all the missed evenings. He promised. To a trusted friend, he said something else entirely. They're going to kill me, he said, and they're going to do it in a way that will make it look like I deserved it. Chapter 15, 21 Wounds. The morning of February the 21st, 1965, found Malcolm alone in a room at the Statler Hilton Hotel. He barely slept. A cough had settled deep in his chest, and the week behind him, the firebombing of his home, the smoke still clinging to his family's clothes, had left him in what he called a fog. He couldn't see the path ahead clearly anymore. Somewhere around mid-morning, he picked up the phone and called Betty. He asked her to bring the girls to the afternoon rally at the Audubon Ballroom. All 4 of them. That was unusual. He'd always kept his family away from his public life, shielded them from the crowds and the cameras, but something had shifted. He wanted them there, wanted them to see him speak, as though he understood this particular afternoon carried a weight he couldn't quite name. He arrived at the ballroom around midday, having stopped for a light meal on the way. The Audubon sat on West 166th Street, directly across from the 28th precinct of the NYPD. Inside, the security situation was thin. During his years with the Nation of Islam, every attendee would have been searched at the door, a standard practice they called fishing. Today, that hadn't happened. Malcolm was visibly frustrated. He told his security chief that if they couldn't do the job properly, they should step aside. Then he disappeared into a small dressing room behind the stage. For several minutes he sat there in silence, his head in his hands. When he finally spoke, it was to an associate. He said he'd come to believe the Nation of Islam wasn't his only enemy. There were people in the shadows, he said. And then, more quietly, he admitted he was already a dead man. At 3 o'clock, Benjamin 2X Goodman stepped to the podium and introduced the minister Malik al-Shabazz to a crowd of roughly 400 people. Loyal followers, curious residents of Harlem, undercover police. Malcolm walked out and offered the greeting, "Assalamu alaikum," and the room answered him warmly. He had barely begun to speak when two men in the middle of the ballroom erupted into a staged argument. One of them shouted, loud enough for the whole room to hear, "Get your hand out of my pocket." The commotion pulled the stage security away from their posts. They moved toward the scuffle, leaving Malcolm standing alone behind the podium. Three men rushed the stage from the front rows. Talmadge Hayer carried a 12-gauge sawn-off shotgun concealed beneath his coat. He fired a double-barreled blast into Malcolm's chest from about 5 meters away. The force threw him backward over the chairs, his hands clutching at the wound. A smoke grenade went off somewhere near the back of the room, filling the air with thick grey clouds as the shooters tried to disappear into the panic. People dove under chairs, others screamed and crawled toward the exits. Betty had been sitting in the front row with her daughters. She rushed the stage and threw herself over her husband's body. "They're killing my husband," she cried, trying to shield him. A handful of Malcolm's followers caught Hayer as he tried to flee, beating him so badly his ankle snapped. The police, stationed just across the street, strangely absent from the ballroom itself, arrived in time to pull Hayer from the crowd. The other two gunmen vanished into the Harlem streets. No ambulance came. His people grabbed a stretcher from the nearby Columbia Presbyterian Hospital and carried him across the road themselves. Doctors performed an emergency thoracotomy, massaging his heart by hand. At 3:30 in the afternoon, they pronounced him dead. The autopsy counted 21 gunshot wounds. 10 buckshot pellets had torn through his heart and lungs. 7 wounds in his legs, 4 in his arms. He was 39 years old. Over the days that followed, his body lay in the Unity Funeral Home on 8th Avenue, dressed in the white robes of a Hajj pilgrim. An estimated 30,000 people lined up outside, the queue stretching several blocks through the biting February cold, just to see him one last time. His face looked peaceful, people said. Harlem itself was grief-stricken and furious in equal measure. On the 23rd, a Nation of Islam mosque was firebombed in retaliation. But Betty and Malcolm's sisters called publicly for calm. Further violence, they said, would only dishonor the man they'd lost. And so the neighborhood held its breath, and the long queue outside the funeral home kept growing, stretching further and further into the cold. Chapter 16. What he left behind. He was buried on a Saturday in late February at the Faith Temple Church of God in Christ in Harlem. Ossie Davis gave the eulogy, calling him our own black shining prince. And then the cameras went away. In the weeks that followed, The press did what the press often does with figures it cannot easily categorize. They filed him under violence, stamped the folder closed, and moved on to other stories. The civil rights leadership kept a cautious distance. There was no obvious successor, no organization strong enough to carry his voice forward. For a brief window, it looked as though the establishment might get its wish, that the man and his message might simply fade. Then the book arrived. In October of 1965, the autobiography of Malcolm X was published, co-authored with Alex Haley, and it changed everything. By the late 1970s, it had sold over 6 million copies. Young people who had never heard him speak, who had been children when he died, were reading his words in dorm rooms and on park benches and in the back rows of public libraries. The autobiography gave shape to something that had been circulating without a name, a psychological framework for black pride, for self-definition on one's own terms. When Stokely Carmichael began using the phrase Black Power the following summer, he openly acknowledged that his own political thinking had been reshaped by the minister's late career shift from narrow nationalism toward international human rights. That shift echoed outward in directions no one could have predicted. The Black Arts movement, led by figures like Amiri Baraka, drew directly from his fire. Baraka called him the charcoal drawing of us all. Poets and playwrights in Harlem and Newark built a revolutionary theatre rooted in the belief he had championed, that art should serve liberation. Their work was raw, confrontational, deliberate. It sounded like him. And then came the Panthers. In 1966, Huey Newton and Bobby Seale formed the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense in Oakland, California. They cited his doctrine of by any means necessary as justification for armed patrols against police brutality. They wore the black leather jackets. They carried his blueprints from the Organization of Afro-American Unity and turned them into something operational. Community breakfast programs for children, free health clinics, political education classes. The kind of material, ground-level work he had been urging in his final months alive. His reach kept stretching. Through the 1970s and 80s, his ideas traveled across oceans. In South Africa, Steve Biko folded the minister's theories of black consciousness into the resistance against apartheid. Biko understood the argument that psychological liberation had to come before political liberation. Across the Atlantic, in Britain, his speeches gave language to the black communities of London and Birmingham, young people whose parents had arrived from the Caribbean and West Africa, and who now faced the structural racism of a country that had once colonized their homelands. When the Brixton riots erupted in 1981, his words were already circulating in the background. The wider culture caught up in 1992, when Spike Lee released his biographical film. Suddenly, the X was everywhere, on baseball caps and T-shirts from Tokyo to Berlin. The timing was uncanny. The film arrived in the same year as the Los Angeles uprising following the Rodney King verdict, and many observers noted the grim echo of his old phrase about chickens coming home to roost. Whether the commercialization of his image diluted the politics or amplified them remains an open question. Probably both. 7 years later, the United States Postal Service issued a 33-cent stamp in his honor. The same government that had spent years surveilling him through COINTELPRO now claimed him as part of the national heritage. His former associates noticed the irony. The version of him that appeared on the stamp was polished, safe, scrubbed of his radical critique of capitalism and empire. Decades passed before anything resembling justice surfaced. In 2021, the Manhattan District Attorney's Office moved to vacate the convictions of Mohammed Aziz and the late Khalil Islam. A 2-year reinvestigation had confirmed what many had long suspected. The FBI and the NYPD's Bureau of Special Services had withheld evidence that would have cleared both men. It lent weight to the belief he had voiced in his final weeks that the forces working against him extended well beyond any single mosque in Chicago. His voice, meanwhile, kept finding new vessels. In hip-hop, his speeches have been sampled hundreds of times by Public Enemy, KRS-One, Kendrick Lamar. Chuck D once called him the original rapper. The cadence, the precision, the refusal to soften a single syllable. It became the sonic backbone of a genre that grew into a global industry worth billions and still, at its best, carries the political charge he would have recognized. His 6 daughters spent their lives protecting his legacy. His wife, Betty Shabazz, who died in 1997, turned grief into decades of work in education and community empowerment. And in the modern era, his insistence on framing the struggle as one of human rights, broader than any single nation's laws, has found new resonance. Activists today link police violence in American cities with colonial struggles on other continents, using the same global lens he had been building in those final, urgent months of his life. The man who was silenced at the Audubon Ballroom speaks louder now than he did when he was standing at the podium. There are decades when nothing happens, and there are weeks where decades happen. It is February 1917. In the dark before dawn, thousands of starving women stand in the snow outside empty bakeries in Petrograd. There has been no bread for days. Across the city, Tsar Nicholas II sleeps in a palace with 1,500 rooms. He believes his absolute power comes directly from God. He has no idea that in less than a week, his 300-year-old dynasty will cease to exist. When the city completely runs out of bread, the women abandon their factories and march into the streets. Tens of thousands of desperate workers join them. The Tsar orders his soldiers to shoot the protesters. They obey, and dozens are killed. But the next morning, sickened by what they've done, regiment after regiment mutinies. The troops cross the line and join the rebellion. Within days, a simple riot for food burns a 300-year-old dynasty to the ground, and, without knowing it, permanently rewrites human history. Tonight, we unravel the story of the Russian Revolution, a transformation so violent and so total that its shockwaves dictated the course of the entire 20th century. We'll trace how Vladimir Lenin, a bald exile living above a shoe shop in Zurich, returned to Russia and within months commanded the largest country on earth. We'll meet Leon Trotsky, the brilliant organizer who built the Red Army from nothing and turned a nation of deserters into a fighting force that defeated 14 foreign armies. And we'll see how their promise of peace, land, and bread produced a superpower that would eliminate illiteracy, launch the first human being into space, and terrify every Western government for the rest of the century. Before we begin, please take a moment to like and subscribe. It really helps us fight against algorithmic censorship. And let us know in the comments which topics you'd like us to explore next. Now, let us return to February 1917, to a city buried in snow and trembling with rage. This is the story of how the Russian Revolution changed the world forever. Chapter 1: The City of Bones. There is a story about how St. Petersburg began. It involves Peter the Great standing on a windswept island in May of 1703, dressed in fine clothes, watching an eagle soar overhead. According to the legend, the Tsar took a bayonet and cut 2 strips of turf from the earth, laid them in a cross, and commanded, "Let there be a city here." The truth was uglier. The city rose from a mosquito-ridden floodplain built by the forced labor of tens of thousands of conscript serfs and convicts. They died in such numbers that the place earned a nickname that would stick for centuries: the city built on bones. In the early years, wolves prowled the unfinished streets at night. Beneath the straight lines and elegant curves designed by foreign architects lay the corpses of perhaps 100,000 laborers. For 300 years, the Romanov dynasty ruled this vast empire. They had founded their line in 1613, and they oversaw a system of feudal serfdom in which peasants were tied to the land and subject to the extensive power of landowners. Alexander II, the so-called Tsar Liberator, abolished serfdom in 1861. But kindness had nothing to do with it. He feared peasant riots. He feared the humiliation Russia had suffered in the Crimean War, and the reform itself was a half measure. The peasants received plots too small to live on, and were saddled with redemption debts that would take generations to pay off. Peasant misery bred strange dreams. Stories circulated about utopian lands, Belivode of the White Waters, the submerged city of Kitej, places where justice still existed. Young radicals called Narodniks tried to spread revolutionary ideas in the countryside. The peasants rejected them. The police arrested them. Frustrated by the slow pace of history, some revolutionaries turned to violence. In 1881, a group called Narodnaya Volya, the People's Will, threw a bomb at the carriage of Alexander II. One assassin yelled that it was too early to thank God. A second bomb ripped the Tsar apart. Witnesses described bloody chunks of human flesh scattered across the snowy street. The repression that followed was ferocious. Alexander III hanged 5 student ringleaders. One of them was Alexander Ulyanov. His younger brother Vladimir would later take a different name, Lenin. By the turn of the century, Marxist groups had begun to form in the cities, drawing on the anger that had fueled the assassins and the Narodniks before them. Leaders like the mercurial Julius Martov and the intense Lenin founded the Union of Struggle for the Liberation of the Working Class in 1895. A schism in 1903 split them into 2 factions over what seemed like a trivial dispute about party membership conditions. Lenin's faction called themselves the Bolsheviks, meaning majority. Martov's became the Mensheviks, the minority. These revolutionary cells grew in the shadows, waiting for the regime to stumble. Sorry for the interruption. This is Charles from History After Dark, a channel that is entirely viewer-funded. I cannot produce these deep-dive documentaries without your direct support. A pledge of just a few dollars a month via Patreon or as a YouTube member provides the material base that keeps this channel alive. In return for your solidarity, you gain direct voting rights on future topics and a completely ad-free experience. Thank you. The stumble came in 1904. The government, hoping to distract the population from its troubles, launched what was supposed to be a little victorious war against Japan. It ended catastrophic defeat. The humiliation cracked open the surface of Russian society. In January of 1905, a massive strike wave swept St. Petersburg. A sly priest named Father Gapon, who ran a police-sponsored union, led thousands of workers bearing icons and petitions to the Winter Palace. They wanted to appeal to the Tsar as their father. Troops opened fire on the peaceful crowd. As many as 1,500 people died. The myth of the benevolent Tsar shattered that afternoon. Gapon himself declared, "We have no Tsar." That revolution saw the emergence of something new, the Soviet, the Council of Workers' Deputies in St. Petersburg, briefly led by a young man named Leon Trotsky. The uprising was crushed, but the idea of the Soviet would not be forgotten. Reactionary violence followed. State-sanctioned groups called the Black Hundreds carried out horrific pogroms against Jews, burning victims alive in Tomsk, ripping out the tongue of a toddler in Kishinev. The regime's brutality found its symbol in Pyotr Stolypin, whose hangman's nooses became known as Stolypin's neckties. The empire limped on for another decade, held together by repression and inertia. Then came the war. By 1914, Tsar Nicholas II led Russia into the First World War. He has been described as a well-educated vacuity with an expressionless face. The war would cost his empire millions of lives. His authority was undermined by his wife, Empress Alexandra, and by her reliance on Grigory Rasputin. The mad monk wielded immense influence over court appointments and military decisions. High society despised him. In December of 1916, Prince Yusupov and the right-wing politician Vladimir Purishkevich decided to act. They lured Rasputin to a palace with cyanide-laced cakes and wine. Yankee Doodle played on a gramophone. The poison failed to kill him. Yusupov shot him. Rasputin revived, lurching through the thick snow, croaking the prince's name. They shot him again and beat him. They dumped his body into a canal and forgot one of his boots on the bridge. When the body was recovered, it appeared he had tried to claw his way through the ice from below. This was not a coup. It was a morbid symptom of a regime eating itself. The Tsar received warnings from generals and ambassadors that the country stood on the brink. By early 1917, the cost of living had skyrocketed. Food was scarce. Even conservative politicians were asking whether the government's actions constituted stupidity or treason. The gruesome death of the mad monk in those icy waters was a desperate attempt by the elites to save themselves. But the rot had spread too deep to be excised by a single murder. As the new year broke over the frozen, starving city, the final blow to the 300-year-old dynasty would not come from the palaces of princes. It would come from the breadlines of the Viborg district, where the patience of the hungry was about to snap. Chapter 2. The Ice Cracks in Petrograd. The breadlines began before dawn. Women stood in the freezing dark, shivering, waiting for bakeries that might not open, for flour that might not come. They had been doing this for months, but something had changed in those early weeks of February. The waiting had become talking. The talking had become argument. The argument had become, as one observer put it, a kind of mumbling mass meeting, spreading from queue to queue across the frozen city. Petrograd was straining at every seam. 160,000 soldiers were packed into the garrison, crammed into barracks built for half that number, sleeping in shifts, sharing the same rising anger as the 400,000 workers in the factories. Everyone was cold, everyone was hungry, and everyone, it seemed, was waiting for something to break. It broke on February 23rd, International Women's Day, The women of the Viborg district, textile workers mostly, poured out of their factories and into the streets. They shouted for bread. They threw snowballs at the windows of the metalworks to call the men out. Nobody had planned this. The union leaders hadn't authorized it. The revolutionaries hadn't organized it. It was spontaneous, furious, and spreading fast. By the end of the day, nearly 90,000 workers had joined them. The chants had changed too. It was no longer just bread they wanted. They wanted the war to end. They wanted the Tsar gone. The bridges over the Neva were blocked by police, so the crowd simply walked across the frozen river itself, crossing the ice to reach the city center. And then came the Cossacks. These were the regime's enforcers, the men on horseback who had broken strikes and scattered protests for generations. The crowd braced for the charge, but the Cossacks hesitated. They rode in single file through the demonstrators, carefully, slowly, as if threading through a market crowd. Some winked at the workers, one bowed from his saddle, and the crowd burst into applause. 2 days later, a police lieutenant was beating demonstrators with his whip when a Cossack drew his saber and cut him down. The officer fell dead in the street. The crowd roared. Something fundamental had cracked. The Tsar was hundreds of miles away at military headquarters in Mogilev. He received reports of the unrest and dismissed them. He telegraphed General Khabalov with instructions to suppress the disorders by tomorrow, as if he were scheduling a minor repair. On Sunday, February 26th, loyalist troops opened fire on the crowds. 40 people died. The demonstrators scattered, and for a moment it seemed the government had won. But that night, the soldiers who had done the shooting could not sleep. They lay in their barracks, thinking about the people they had killed. By morning, the Volinsky regiment had made its decision. When their commander, Captain Lashkevich, appeared before them, a shot rang out. He fell dead. The soldiers rushed into the streets, calling to the other regiments to join them. Within hours, the garrison had mutinied. The city descended into a kind of ecstatic chaos. Soldiers burned the district court and stood around the bonfire like revelers at a winter festival. Crowds stormed the Cresty prison and threw open the cells. The hated police, the pharaohs, were hunted through the streets, forced to strip off their uniforms or be shot where they stood. General Khabalov tried to assemble a loyal force to restore order, but his men simply melted away, disappearing into the crowds as if they had never been soldiers at all. In the Tauride Palace, two rival bodies were forming in the same building, almost the same afternoon. In one wing, members of the Duma created a provisional committee to restore order. In another, socialist intellectuals and factory delegates proclaimed themselves the Soviet of Workers and Soldiers Deputies. They began organizing food supplies, coordinating militias, issuing proclamations. Alexander Kerensky, a young lawyer with a flair for theatrical speeches, managed to get himself elected to both bodies, bridging the gap between them with sheer energy and nerve. The revolution spread. At the Kronstadt naval base, sailors rose against their officers. Admiral Viren was dragged out into Anchor Square in his white undershirt and bayoneted in the snow. In the Astoria Hotel, revolutionaries stormed the building hunting for snipers, and dozens of officers died in a chaos of broken glass and gunfire. In Moscow, the old order collapsed almost without resistance. Workers and soldiers tore down the imperial eagles and pinned red ribbons to their coats. Ribbons so large, one witness said they were the size of table napkins. The Tsar finally tried to return to his capital. His train was diverted, blocked, shunted onto sidings by revolutionary railway workers who refused to let him pass. He ended up stranded at Pskov, alone in his private carriage, while his empire dissolved around him. In Petrograd, the streets were full of singing, embracing, weeping with what seemed like joy. The 300-year-old Romanov dynasty had fallen in a matter of days. The prisons were empty now. The police stations were burned shells. But the Tsar still sat in his train at Pskov, seemingly unaware that his empire had already evaporated. And while the streets celebrated with red ribbons and revolutionary songs, a tense negotiation was beginning in the corridors of the Tauride Palace. Someone would have to pick up the crown that had fallen into the gutter. The question was, who? Chapter 3. The Reluctant Rulers. The Tauride Palace had been built for elegance. Its marble floors and chandeliers were designed for diplomats and dignitaries, for measured conversation and the rustle of formal dress. By the end of February, those floors were covered in cigarette butts. Exhausted soldiers slept in heaps against the walls. The corridors smelled of sweat and tobacco. Something else, something harder to name. The old order had cracked open, and what poured through the doors was a revolution, still figuring out what it wanted to be. The Soviet Executive Committee met in a haze of smoke and sleeplessness. They were trying to decide what kind of power they actually held when the door would burst open and another group of soldiers would push through, rifles still warm, demanding answers. Should they give up their weapons? Should they obey their officers? The delegates had no script for this. They were improvising a new world in real time, and the soldiers were not interested in waiting for theory. Out of this chaos came Order Number 1. It was not drafted by intellectuals or party leaders. The soldiers themselves demanded it, and they got it. The order declared that every military unit would elect its own committee. Officers would be obeyed only insofar as their commands did not contradict the Soviet. Those 4 words changed everything. They dissolved the old hierarchy without formally abolishing it. Soldiers were no longer to be addressed with the disrespectful singular you. Officers would call them citizen. The small humiliations of military life, the daily reminders of who mattered and who did not, were swept away in a single document. And yet the Soviet leaders hesitated. They controlled the garrison, the telegraphs, the railways. They had the guns, but they did not want to rule. Their Marxist textbooks told them that a bourgeois revolution had to come first. The capitalists had to take power before the workers could take it from them. It was a strange kind of deference, this insistence on following the script, even as the script was being rewritten around them. So they sat down with the Duma committee in a smoke-filled room and hammered out the terms for a provisional government, amnesty, free speech, elections. The liberals would take the formal titles. The Soviet would watch from the wings. While these negotiations dragged on, 2 conservative deputies named Guchkov and Shulgin boarded a train from Pskov. Their mission was to convince the Tsar to abdicate. At every station along the way, revolutionary soldiers crowded the platform, peering through the windows. The old world was still physically intact. The train still ran, the tracks still held, but something fundamental had shifted. The 2 men arrived at Pskov and found Nicholas in his railway carriage, surrounded by generals who had already made up their minds. General Ruski read the Tsar a series of telegrams. One by one, his commanders recommended abdication. It was the only way to save the war effort, they said. Nicholas gazed at the ceiling for a long moment. He murmured that he was born for unhappiness. Then he agreed to step down, initially in favor of his son, Alexei. But the boy was sick with hemophilia, and after consulting a doctor, Nicholas changed his mind. He would abdicate for both of them. The throne would pass to his brother, Grand Duke Michael. The document was signed at 11:40 in the evening on March 2nd. Nicholas thanked his generals for their excellent and loyal service. His tone was polite, almost formal, as if he were ending a business meeting rather than a dynasty. When Guchkov and Shulgin returned to Petrograd with the news, the crowds did not cheer. They were furious. The idea of another emperor, even a different one, was intolerable. Guchkov was nearly arrested on the spot. Grand Duke Michael understood the situation better than anyone. He asked the new government leaders if they could guarantee his safety. They could not. He declined the throne. And with that refusal, 300 years of Romanov rule came to an end. The revolution now turned its energy on the symbols of the old regime. Double-headed eagles were torn from buildings. Imperial statues were pulled down. Monks went on strike against their abbots. Waiters marched under banners that read, "No tips taken here," demanding to be treated as human beings rather than servants. In the countryside, peasants began writing letters to the new government, asking for space and light, demanding the redistribution of estates that had been won through what they called amorous escapades. In Zurich, Lenin read about all of this in the newspaper. He was stuck in neutral Switzerland, separated from Russia by an entire wall. He began concocting schemes to get home. Wigs, false passports. At one point, he considered chartering an aeroplane. He sent frantic letters to his comrades in Petrograd, urging them to refuse any support for the provisional government to prepare for a second stage of revolution. The Bolshevik leaders who received these letters were horrified. Stalin and Kamenev quietly censored them. Lenin was too radical, they thought. He did not understand the situation on the ground. On March 23rd, a funeral procession moved through Petrograd toward the Mars field. Hundreds of thousands of people marched in silence, following 184 red coffins to their graves in the frozen earth. Only the boom of fortress guns and the sound of the Marseillaise played by military bands. It was a new kind of ceremony for a new kind of world. By the end of the month, the initial unity was already beginning to fray. Soldiers grew restless with talk of continuing the war. Workers demanded the 8-hour day. The rift between the well-meaning liberals in the Winter Palace and the radical masses in the streets was widening by the day. And on March 27th, a train departed Switzerland, carrying Lenin and a group of exiles across enemy Germany. It was heading toward a Russia that was changing faster than anyone in the provisional government dared to imagine. Chapter 4. The Train to Finland Station. The train wheezed into Beloostrov Station on a cold April evening, and a small group of Bolsheviks stood on the platform, breath clouding in the air. Alexander Kollontai was there, so was Lev Kamenev. They had been waiting for hours. The man on that train had been in exile for nearly 15 years, moving between London and Geneva and Zurich, writing pamphlets that most of Russia had never read. Now he was coming home. The workers got to him first. Before he could even step down properly, they hoisted him onto their shoulders and paraded him along the platform like a conquering hero. He looked embarrassed. This was not his style. Inside the carriage, there was no sentimentality. Vladimir Lenin turned on Kamenev immediately. What was this defensist rubbish being published in Pravda? What's this you're writing? He demanded. We saw several issues and really swore at you. The reunion was an interrogation. By 11 that night, the train had reached Petrograd's Finland station. The platform was a chaos of red banners and brass bands and cheering crowds. soldiers, sailors, workers, all pressing forward to see the man the newspapers had been calling a German spy. Searchlights swept across the scene. Someone thrust an incongruous bouquet of flowers into his hands. They ushered him into the imperial waiting room, the one they still called the Tsar's room, where the leaders of the Petrograd Soviet had gathered to receive him. Nikolai Chikaidze, the Menshevik chairman, stood waiting with a face like a funeral. He delivered a careful speech about unity, about closing democratic ranks, about defending the revolution together. His eyes never quite met Lenin's. Lenin stood there with the flowers dangling from one hand, staring at the ceiling. He looked at the walls, the floor, anywhere but at Chikaidze. When the speech ended, he turned his back on the official delegation entirely. He addressed the crowd instead. Dear comrades, soldiers, sailors, and workers. The imperialist war, he told them, was only the beginning of a European civil war. His voice rose. Long live the worldwide socialist revolution. The moderates exchanged glances. This was not the script. Outside, he climbed onto the bonnet of an armored car. Searchlights found him again. He denounced the capitalist pirates, the frauds of the provisional government. The joyful tears of February were over. He was offering something harder, colder. The Bolsheviks had already seized the Kshinskaya mansion for their headquarters. It had belonged to the Tsar's former mistress, a ballerina named Matilda Kshinskaya. The place was Art Nouveau elegance. Satin-lined boudoirs and crystal chandeliers, now filling up with cigarette smoke and muddy boots, and the clatter of typewriters. In the main hall, beneath those chandeliers, Lenin addressed his own followers. He tore apart everything they had been doing. The policy of cooperation with the government was finished. There would be no compromise with the bourgeoisie. When he stopped speaking, there was only silence. His own comrades sat stricken. The next day, at the Tauride Palace, he presented his April theses to the assembled socialists. Abolish the police, abolish the army, abolish the bureaucracy, transfer all power to the Soviets. The room erupted. Irakli Tsereteli accused him of abandoning Marxism. Someone shouted that these were the ravings of a madman. Viktor Chernov dismissed him as a man who had marginalized himself through sheer excess. Even his own party refused to back him fully. The Bolshevik Central Committee hedged. Kamenev published an article called Our Disagreements to make clear these were Lenin's personal opinions, not official policy. The prodigal had returned, and nobody quite knew what to do with him. Then the streets decided. On April 20th, a secret diplomatic note was leaked to the press. Foreign Minister Milyukov had promised the Allies that Russia would fight on to decisive victory. He still claimed the Dardanelles for the Empire. The myth of a defensive war shattered overnight. A sergeant named Fedor Linde, a romantic with no particular party affiliation, was so incensed that he led his battalion to the Mariinsky Palace without orders. He wanted Milyukov's resignation. Other regiments followed. The April days had begun. For the first time, pro-government crowds clashed with anti-government demonstrators on Nevsky Prospect. Some shouted hurrah for Milyukov. Others carried banners reading down with the provisional government. Gunfire echoed near the Kazan Cathedral. 3 people died on the pavement. General Lava Kornilov ordered artillery into Palace Square to disperse the crowds. His own troops ignored him. They obeyed the Soviet instead. The general learned something that day about where real power resided in Petrograd. Milyukov resigned. So did Guchkov. But to save the government, the moderate socialists made their fatal choice. The Mensheviks and socialist revolutionaries agreed to enter a coalition cabinet. They were now responsible for the war. They were now responsible for the collapsing economy. They had tied themselves to a sinking ship. Lenin watched. He had won over his party through what he called patient explanation, though patience was not quite the word his comrades would have used. His rivals had done exactly what he predicted. The divide in Russia was no longer between the Tsar and the people. It was between the compromisers in government and the radicalizing masses in the streets, who were starting to listen to the one party that promised them everything they wanted: peace, land, bread. The liberals had failed. The moderate socialists had stepped in to prop up what remained, hoping their moral authority would keep starving soldiers in the trenches and angry workers in the factories. But as the spring mud dried and the days grew longer, another voice was crossing the ocean to join the chorus of discontent. His oratory was sharp as a blade. He would help forge the Bolsheviks into something capable of striking the final blow. Chapter 5: An Unraveling at the Edges. On the 4th of May, Leon Trotsky arrived in Petrograd. He had come a long way. From New York, across the Atlantic, and then into the hands of the British, who detained him in a concentration camp in Nova Scotia for weeks. The Petrograd Soviet had demanded his release, and eventually the British relented. Now he stood in the Tauride Palace, and the room crackled with anticipation. The Menshevik minister Skobelev greeted him warmly, calling him a dear and beloved teacher. Applause filled the hall. But when Trotsky took the podium, something shifted. His voice trembled at first, the nerves of a man who had been away too long, unsure of his footing. Then the steel came. He offered no comfort to his former students. He called the new coalition government a shame. He recited what he called 3 revolutionary articles of faith. Do not trust the bourgeoisie. Control the leaders. Rely only on your own force. The hall went quiet. Lenin noticed immediately. Here was a man who understood. The old feuds between them, the years of bitter pamphlets and accusations, none of it mattered now. Lenin reached out to Trotsky and his small but intellectually dazzling group, the Mezrayonцы. He offered them a seat on the board of Pravda. He offered them a path to merger. They shared the same goal now: all power to the Soviets. While the leaders debated in the capital, the vast Russian Empire was coming apart at the edges. In the Buddhist Buryat region of Siberia, a congress declared independence. In the Muslim enclave of Kazan, women delegates rose up at a congress to ban polygyny, shouting that they would seize their rights. The center could not hold, because there was no center left. In the countryside, the black repartition had begun. Peasant assemblies sent letters to the government, written in strange hybrid prose, urgent rushing metaphors mixed with stilted quasi-legalese. They demanded that land earned by the amorous escapades of the gentry be surrendered to the people. They were not waiting for permission anymore. Violence spiraled in the cities. The newspapers ran a regular column now on mob trials. The Samosadi, thieves beaten to death by crowds. Unpopular foremen wheeled to canals in wheelbarrows and dumped into the water. The old order was dissolving into something raw and unpredictable. In the naval fortress of Kronstadt, the sailors had established their own republic. On the 13th of May, they declared that they recognized only the authority of the Petrograd Soviet. The provisional government meant nothing to them. The Kronstadt Soviet was controlled by a volatile mix of Bolsheviks, left socialist revolutionaries, and anarchists. These were the same men who had bayoneted Admiral Viren in Anchor Square. They stood ready to support with armed force any move to overthrow the government. The Bolshevik Central Committee found itself playing firefighter. They summoned the Kronstadt leaders Raskolnikov and Rothschild to Petrograd and reprimanded them for their Toy Town insurrectionary power grabs. The revolution could not afford to move too fast. Not yet. Alexander Kerensky, meanwhile, was fashioning himself as the persuader-in-chief. He dressed in a military tunic, though he was a lawyer by training. He toured the front lines, standing on boxes and the bonnets of cars, delivering hysterical, passionate speeches that sometimes caused him to faint. He begged the soldiers for one last push towards peace. And for a moment, it seemed to work. The troops wept. They threw flowers. They carried him on their shoulders. But the adulation was shallow. Behind the scenes, cynical officers despised him as a socialist lawyer playing dress-up. In the trenches, trench Bolshevism was spreading. Peace at any cost. Soldiers heckled the minister once the initial euphoria faded. Kerensky's declaration of the rights of soldiers, meant to restore some officer authority, was mocked by the Bolsheviks as the declaration of the rightlessness of soldiers. In the industrial districts, the factory committees grew more militant. They had started with demands for an 8-hour day. Now, they wanted access to the company books, workers' control over production. They bypassed the moderate trade unions entirely. The Mensheviks found themselves in an impossible position. They were statists now, trying to enforce order and discipline on a working class they theoretically represented. But that working class was turning against them. Even the Socialist Revolutionary Party began to crack. A radical left wing, led by the legendary terrorist Maria Spiridonova, fresh from blowing up prisons in Siberia, denounced the leadership for mutilating the party program and selling out the peasants. As May turned to June, the atmosphere in Petrograd grew toxic. The middle classes lived in terror of the hooligans on the street. The workers viewed the coalition government as a betrayal. The socialist ministers seemed like nothing more than fig leaves for the bourgeoisie. The Bolsheviks, once a fringe group, began winning local elections in working-class districts like the Vyborg side. Their slogans cut through the complex theoretical arguments of their rivals. Bread, peace, land. Lenin continued to hammer away at the conciliators, warning that the revolution was stalling. The only way forward was to break the coalition and transfer all power to the Soviets. To the hungry and the armed, it was starting to sound like common sense. The stage was set for confrontation. The government, deluded by its own propaganda, was preparing to launch a suicidal military offensive in the name of revolutionary defense. In the barracks and the factories, the Bolsheviks were quietly arming themselves with something more dangerous than rifles. The anger of a people who had been promised a new world and given only a new war. Chapter 6. The Edge of the Abyss. On the 3rd of June, more than 700 delegates gathered in Petrograd for the first All-Russian Congress of Soviets. The Socialist Revolutionaries and the Mensheviks dominated the hall. The Bolsheviks held only 105 seats, a modest faction in a sea of moderates. The mood was confident, almost self-congratulatory. The Menshevik leader Tseretelli rose to address the assembly. He spoke with the certainty of a man who believed history was on his side. There was no political party in Russia, he declared, that would dare say, give us power. Coalition with the bourgeoisie was the only path forward. It was sensible. It was cautious. It was the responsible thing to do. A voice cut through from the back of the room. "There is such a party." The hall turned. Lenin was standing, small and intense, his hand raised. "The Bolsheviks," he announced, "were ready to take power at any second." The Congress laughed, but the laughter had an edge to it. Outside the hall, the Bolshevik military organization was already planning an armed demonstration to show the Soviet leaders where real power resided. It was not in speeches. Tensions had been building for weeks over a strange flashpoint, the Durnovo Villa. This was the occupied summer home of a Tsarist official, now transformed into a headquarters for anarchists and radical unions. The garden had become a park for local children. Black banners hung from the facade, bearing the words, "Death to all capitalists." When the government ordered the anarchists out, workers in the Viborg district struck in solidarity. A wild-haired figure named Bleichman, an anarchist communist with what observers described as a Jewish American accent, urged the crowds into the streets. The Bolshevik military organization planned an armed march for June the 10th. They hoped to channel the fury into something purposeful, but the Soviet Congress forbade it. In a tense late-night meeting, the Bolshevik Central Committee voted to cancel the demonstration. Lenin and Sverdlov abstained. The majority feared a premature civil war. They pulled back from the edge. The cancellation enraged the militants. In Kronstadt, the naval fortress where the sailors were already half anarchist, the Bolshevik Florovsky faced what he later called the most unpleasant hours of his life. He had to explain to furious armed men why they could not march on the capital. They did not take it well. Tsereteli was white as a sheet with rage. He demanded the Bolsheviks be disarmed. He accused them of conspiracy. The Bolsheviks walked out of the Congress in protest. The political temperature was rising by the hour. To prove that the masses still supported the moderate Soviet leadership, the Congress organized its own official demonstration for June the 18th. It was meant to be a show of strength, a reassuring display of unity behind the coalition government. The plan backfired in spectacular fashion. Nearly 500,000 people marched through Petrograd that day, but the banners they carried did not bear the official slogans. Instead, the streets became a river of Bolshevik demands. Down with the 10 capitalist ministers, all power to the Soviets. The Menshevik diarist Sukhanov watched from the platform with growing horror. The official Soviet slogans, he noted, were submerged by the mass. The political tide had turned. While the streets of Petrograd belonged to the radicals, something else was happening on the front lines. The Kerensky offensive had begun near Lviv with a massive artillery bombardment. It was a desperate gamble, an attempt to unite the country through military victory. There was initial news of success. Then it collapsed. Soldiers refused to advance. They held meetings to debate orders. Some shot officers who tried to force them over the top. Deserters flooded the rear, commandeering trains and terrorizing railway stations. They brought with them stories of slaughter that only fed the anti-war agitation back in the cities. The 1st Machine Gun Regiment in Petrograd received orders to transfer to the front. These were thousands of heavily armed men. They understood exactly what the order meant. It was an attempt to break up the revolutionary garrison, to scatter them across the killing fields before they could cause trouble. The machine gunners resolved that they would not go. They would not die for the provisional government. Instead, they would stay and overthrow it. They threatened to use armed strength to break up the government if their demands were not met. The weapons were oiled and ready. In the countryside, the collapse deepened. Peasants in the Tambov and Pskov regions formed what officials called gangs of robbers. They stormed gardens and estates. The government in Petrograd watched, helpless and paralyzed. The cadet ministers threatened to resign over Ukrainian autonomy, looking for any excuse to abandon a sinking ship before the disaster of the offensive became public knowledge. Lenin sensed the
This is unfortunate. The spot work.
So good. He claims that it's considered a change of clothing, and just as they didn't change clothing in Mitzrayim, then so it is today. That line I don't believe. It's impossible that a Rebbe Yeshiva said something like that. Why? Because if a person is not, if a person is, this is the real Taylor, this is the real Taylor, and it's a pasuk in the Torah. So Shalashir Malchusha doesn't go. Pasuk in the Torah, Shalashir. So the question is it in the Torah? Not in the Torah. Or if it is in the Torah, does it apply today? Okay, so I'm just gonna say this. At the end of the day, I don't consider to try to get Smith's muffin to wear Taylors. That's not my job. The fact that I wear Taylors, again, I gave a speech to show that over here, and after the speech, one of the women was very convincing that she decided she wear Taylors. I think it works. I wear it. Now, I live in a neighborhood where there's not most people don't live. And to wear it, it's not the neighborhood kibbush. Most people, but I'm the type of person, if I can feel that I have to do something, so I'll take precautions. There are a lot of people that if they don't know 100% it's the right thing to do, they won't do it because they actually thought that because they decide, I'm not that kind of person. But I'm not going to sit there and charge you to say, I don't believe the Rebbe said something. It's impossible. I never, ever heard that time. I went to the studio a hundred times. Nobody ever said anything. Your boyfriend and she won't push up against the pasuk in the Torah that you say every day in Shema. They have to wear tailors. That's not the question. Is this the real thing? Now, the reason why I wear it also is because, as far as I know, it's fake. The guy tricked us. No, no, no. Okay, it's corruption. See, the whole thing about Guinness tailors doesn't mention that the boyfriend and she won't push up. But before it's literally suicide, I thought I'd ask you maybe an answer from the author of the Torah. Joseph writes, oh, he says it's not enough. We explained to him that the Rebbe spoke about it, and he said that even if it's not a mitzvah, it's not an avera. And as it's Hasidim, we follow his footsteps. The ones who are actually going in a week and a half, in a week, 2 weeks, the staff of the Taylor is going to be doing in the Taylor's factory, and hopefully have some more answers. Once again, we see out here so that Taylor's everybody. It's also very expensive. So that's another reason why we say, and you'd be surprised, there's more people that wear Taylor's than your era, than wear inside. And mark my words, 10 years from now, it will be very different. Empty wine, coffee corner. Yes. Listen, I'm not here to say that it's 100%. I'm inside. If you believe in archaeology, you know, really missing shells. Any hobby that doesn't sell this type of thing for dying famous back in the day. Now, TikTok was humor came out of this, and now that was found to be a mistake. So, rest you know. Yitzi Eichenthal, Kiyul Nishmat Zmin, you're telling me Uber the Menachem Mendel Zichron Zayas Baruch on the 50th yard and empty wine coffee corner. Official edition empty wine shots will be sent and sponsored by the Rani and Bibi families for parents by Anonymous. Nishmat Chaim Moshe Gat, Eliyahu Ben Yaimin, Simon Yishmat Eliyahu Ben Chaim Prego, Nina Nanva, Baz, Miriam. Daily sponsor, Eli from Kavichi, the religion of my grandfather, Shayon Ben Aaron, January 25th, 2000, Ricky Pesach Mishpat. So listen, Len, rabbinical pshuta, the Kavichi, Lila Nishmat, my grandmother. That was Lila Nishmat's grandfather, Victor Yehuda Shvat. This is his grandmother, Seven Abba Gittel Bat Avram, his parents are Yud Tes Shvat, 2008. I don't know if it's the same if you're a couple or if they're different. Shlomo Cohen with gratitude to the New Jersey State Police Jewish Association. Daily sponsor the Job is wrapping up from the Israel of school. Harrison, Shipra, orgasm in honor of Eddie Weinstein. Thank you. Meyer, Mayor, Swimmer, Benara, Kenny Lindsay, Dudley for making sure everyone at Jackson 21 finishes the dock daily. Oh yeah, Jackson 21. What? You were a couple and you were both at the picture on the same day. Incredible. Wow. Yaakov Ayal. Really, I mean, it's kind of, I hate to say this, it's kind of convenient. You only go to the basic parts. You have to get a meeting together once a year. started walking with you. We have a picture though, and this is part of it because this new person, the liver, definitely has. How do we view the third person? Third. So, so now we're here. Now I do want to say this. Remember yesterday we said that it was still there taking 1 piece. Still there touching this. What happened? It automatically goes farther. Why? Because they two are connected because they have the same impact. So the string gave us the tire connection. But what happens if we use another place? It's not Muhammad Ali. Yeah, he was the same thing in the Cleveland tire. That's not why. Because that guy, the third guy, is separate from the other two. It's not the same. It's not from the same impact. So we know that. So what happens over here? Now we have 3 pieces. Hello, Rabbi. You bringing this? No. I'm saying, what is the Cleveland tire? Hello, Ellie. What is the Cleveland tire? Cleveland tire when it belongs to you. When it doesn't belong, it's not the tire. That I do. If they were both in the hole, not coming when it comes to one, and the second one becomes coming, only provided that it's connected. They're married to each other. They're from the same infant. What if you introduce another wife, another piece from somewhere else? And they're not connected. There's no connection. Or maybe sometimes one is connected to the other. That's not a symbiote. It's a good symbiote. But we have 3 pieces. You have the original, the old guy. He's the original me. You have the guy that got lost, the guy on the left. Double. He got lost, but he's connected to the first one. And then you have the middle, she's the new guy. The guy on the right. So let's see. Dead mouse, not very dead, touches the lost one. Who's connected to the lost one? Was it out of the first connected to the lost? The original, the first one. So only the first one becomes Tommy because the ball is only Kama. So let's see this. Connected to it. The English is not Tommy. Oh. Now, if the English becomes Tommy, who is the English connected to? Risha. Only the Risha is not connected to the lost guy. Let's guess. What happens if Risha gets Tommy? Both of them are connected to him. The problem is, can't eat any of them. Why? Because he can only be connected to one. He can't be connected to two. So let's see inside. He starts to think of other episodes. You didn't got it after. You didn't get Rishon. And you found the first one. Now Rishon came up with the reason all 3 of them are inside the game. Oh, this one Hubbard, this the lost guy got it. Hubbard Rishon is tired. So he has a connection to the first one. And therefore the first one is come back. Libra is David Cyrus, but the other guy that you brought in afterwards, he's not part of it. This one Libra. But what if the new guy came on it? What was the original? Sorry, one that never lost, the one with the white beard, the original. He's a partner with the Libra. The original that got lost, maybe started to get lost like me. But what if Risha got from a David Cyrus? They're both connected. They're both coming. So here's what I said before. They're both coming. I Omar Hill with Lebanon, Gami David Cyrus. Abai says this applies in all 3 cases. In other words, if the other lost piece got Tomei, then what would happen? The Bukharish and the Rishon come Tomei. Why? Like I know. They because of how dumb you think that they all part of the same house. They all belong to the same family. It's not like the case that we had yesterday. We bring a third piece from outside that belongs to another person over here. They all belong to the same liver. The reason why you made a liver, the reason why you brought in another half, was to complete the Risha. So he's part of the liver also. The other is certainly part of the liver. He's the original. They're all part of the same house. The middle belongs to Tommy. So it's part of the Risha. The same idea would apply
Sure, we're talking. So, I just sleep. Dog, I sleep like a motherfucker. Gee. Really? Yeah. Yeah, I love those history stories. How's this bitch doing? You guys are great folks.
Scientists warn of a commonly used household item that can potentially lead to total. There's one simple pepper trick that anyone can do at home to relieve nerve pain. Never admitted this publicly. At a time when Israel and the world faces unprecedented challenges, there's a practical way to stand with Israel while making. Why your premium pillow is actually wrecking your posture. If you wake up with neck pain or numbness in your If you have more than $250,000 in a bank or retirement account, federal law does not protect what's you know all about Brandon Chubb. Did you know that his wife went to career date? Holy moly. My husband thought I was crazy when I started drinking bariatric soda every morning. Then the U.S. Treasury's new digital payout mandate is a direct threat to the autonomy of Social Security recipients. Cold bariatric baking soda drink made me go from size XL to M in just 2 weeks. Grab a pen. For those who can't stop discovering. Hashtag muscle takeover of Japanese. Are you gonna send me another invite or like? They don't believe how toxic this is. If you're still using a plastic or wood cutting board, you need to hear. Introducing Rumble Shorts. Watch quick videos for pure, unfiltered. They don't believe how toxic this is. If you're still using plastic or wooden cutting board, you need to hear this. Rumble Wallet just changed the creator economy. Kind of a game changer. It's big news. Tip your favorite creators in crypto. Ready to show off your live gameplay? Start streaming with Rumble Studio. It's easy, it's super. Oh yeah, look at that.
So it's everybody's favorite pimp here. 22nd of the year, 5786, Saturday, May 9th. We've been doing this bitch 134 days. Elevate, 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 Chaim. No one, no. Elevate, elevate, Chaim. No one really knows for sure. No one really knows for sure. Elevate, elevate, Chaim. But this is what we live by. 'Cause I'll say for a hot owner. Blessed are you, Hashem, our God, King of the universe, who has sanctified us with his commandments and commanded us concerning the calling of the Omer. Today is 38 days, which is 5 weeks and 3 days of the Omer. May the merciful one restore unto us the service of the Beit HaMikdash speedily in our days. Amen. Salah. 3761, creation of the world, birth of Adam and Eve, Chava. 3631, 37, son of Adam was born. 3526, 235, Enosh, son of Seth was born. 3436, 325, Kenan, son of Enosh was born. 3366, 395, Mahalalel, son of Kenan was born. 3301, 460, Yared, son of Mahalalel was born.
'I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how those ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel and to the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Tehillah for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series on this playlist entering the Garden Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I hope you check out my other content on topics of esotericism, and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy, by joining my Patreon or perhaps donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. All right, everybody. I really can't believe I'm saying this, but after 13 sessions, we are now on session 14 of this, what was supposed to be a 9-series exploration of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. And of course, 14 sessions is still too few. I could basically keep teaching this class one day a week for the rest of my life and still not exhaust all the things there are to say about Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. And also very honest. This last session is going to, in some ways, be the thinnest because this is where my expertise really runs out, and I'll be very frank about that. It's just honestly the case that my expertise hit a wall, and my wall really is really with Hasidism. I don't know nearly as much about Hasidism as I probably should. Still learning about Hasidism, and everything from roughly the 18th to the 21st century is where my gap is. Everyone has gaps in their knowledge, and it's important to acknowledge the gaps in our knowledge, not to pretend we know things we don't. And it's definitely from Hasidism forward that that's a real gap in my knowledge. Not that I don't know anything, but there are certainly people out there who know a lot more than I do. In fact, I'm just invited a good friend of mine to do some talks, maybe at least a talk at Congregation Chia about Hasidism, because I really do feel like I gave it short shrift and it deserved a lot more attention, a lot more deep attention than I gave it. And so I reached out to a good friend of mine who knows a lot about Hasidism to maybe do a lunch and learn. So we'll see if that works out. But at any rate, I would say welcome to the end, but it's not the end. It's welcome to the ellipsis, the dot, dot, dot. Because, of course, Kabbalah is not going to go away that soon. Jewish mysticism, Kabbalah is doing actually a lot better now in the early part of the 21st century than it was doing in the middle of the 20th century. In the middle of the 20th century, I would say that Kabbalah, in some ways, was at death's door, and it's doing much better now. So, in a substantial way, we're not saying goodbye to Hasidism or goodbye to Kabbalah. Rather, we're saying dot, dot, dot. It's going to continue to grow and change. And I've heard really cool and exciting things about developments in the Haredi world, where we're in sort of new and dynamic Kabbalistic thought. And if we do end up moving to Middle Palestine, at least for a few months next year, I'm looking forward to kind of getting into that and seeing what's going on in the Kabbalistic world there in Jerusalem. Well, as we marked last time, the sort of post-Shabbatite world is, I would say that it's actually more sophisticated in many ways than the Shabbatite world. The Shabbatite world is marked by a relatively thin understanding of Kabbalah, really. And that's part of why Shabbatite school was so successful, is that people really didn't understand what was going on. They weren't really versed in Kabbalah. And when you read something of a very technical nature, you can be overwhelmed by it, very convinced by things that simply aren't really true or deep. They can sound deep, but they're not. And I think that's true of a lot of things that went on in the Shabbat movement. They sounded Kabbalistic and had a Kabbalistic veneer, but if you scratch the surface even a bit, you realize that the kind of reasoning that justified the stuff that went on with Shabbat and Frank was, I think, pretty facile. And I think that once people actually scratch the surface of it and realize that this is just, gold gilding, they abandon it pretty quickly. So the years after Shabbatai speaks, apostasy, and after the whole business, what you get is a kind of conservative backlash in the world of Kabbalah, and that shouldn't be surprising. This whole Shabbatai business is a complete disaster. And so what ends up happening is it's kind of a closing of the ranks. That is to say, in the Kabbalistic world, after this, what people end up doing is returning to the period, return to the Kabbalah much like it was in the period before Shabbatai, where things were a bit more closed off, a bit more guarded, a bit more silent, which I think is probably not always for the worst. And so the developments within Kabbalah, in fact, the developments in Kabbalah since have been relatively conservative, which is to say, we don't see major developments outside of Luria and Kabbalah. There's never really been a significant post-Luria in Kabbalah. It's at some point become commentary, footnotes to Isaac Luria. And so that relatively conservative moment, that relatively conservative movement marks Kabbalah from about the mid 17th century all the way until now. And as we talked about last time, two major Kabbalistic schools developed in the aftermath of everything. One of those in Jerusalem, led by the Mizrahi Rabbi Rabbi, and another in Brody in Poland, and those two will become the central schools, so to speak, of Kabbalah, big schools, in the period after that. But of course, it's worth pointing out the Kabbalah also developed very highly technical Kabbalah in Baghdad, in Kurdistan, in Morocco, and Marrakesh was a huge Kabbalistic center. So Kabbalah continued to develop in the aftermath of the Shabbat Tzvi business, especially in the Sephardic world, without really a hitch. And I think that has a lot to do with the fact that the Sephardi world was much more stable than the Ashkenazi world at that time in terms of social stability and Jewish education. But again, I think I mentioned this several times ago that a lot of the people that were really seduced by the Shabbatian movement were people who had only recently really come back to Judaism. And so they don't really anchor in Judaism in a very profound way, in a way that, for instance, the communities in Marrakesh, the communities in Baghdad, they've been there for 1,000 years, easily 1,000 years. And so when they looked at the whole Shabbat thing, they were like, no, no. Because they had a much deeper education. So the Sephardi world was a bit less affected by the whole thing. And so it's not surprising that in Jerusalem, they never accepted the whole Shabbat business to begin with. They excommunicated him as soon as they could. That one of the largest Kabbalistic schools in the aftermath of all of it will develop. And as I mentioned last time, the two Kabbalistic schools take very different directions. The school of Beidel in Jerusalem is going to take the form of really intense concentration or kavanah during prayer. And that school, again, will last basically until 1969, when the last adherent of that school died, which is amazing. The school lasted for hundreds of years, although very tightly guarded, very disciple-student oriented. And of course, the other is a Klois in Poland, and that is going to be largely influenced by Polish and Lithuanian Kabbalah and Jewry. And Polish and Lithuanian Kabbalah is going to be mostly remarked by its intense intellectual Kabbalistic speculation. And so out of that world is going to flow a mountain of highly intellectualized Kabbalistic systems that are going to basically try to do the work of systematizing Lurianic Kabbalah, especially vis-a-vis the old Quarter system, which I this period also saw, as I talked about last time, the rise of Hasidism. Hasidism is probably the most important, not probably, it's the most important movement in Judaism probably in the past 300 years. Hasidism went on to spawn an entirely new system of Judaism, a new system of social relations, a new system of customs, a new system of dress, all kinds of things that come out of the Hasidic world. A whole new style of song, the Niggahim that I'm sure all of you are very familiar with, come out of the Hasidic world. And so it's from that world where we have a focus on extreme piety, but also piety that's meant to find the divine in the everyday. It's a piety in which God is lurking all about you, but you can't see God. The divine is everywhere. I think of the line from the Quran, which I can easily imagine a Hasidic Rabbi having written, where the Quran says that Allah is presenting you in your jugular vein. That image in the Quran has always struck me as incredibly evocative. And I can easily imagine someone like Ahmed of Breslov having written something just like that. So the idea that the divine is that close to you, the obstacle is just you and your ego, or fundamentally you and your lusts and your desires. It's your desire to get rich or to have fame or to be loved by someone or whatever. It's these things that get in the way of your relationship with the divine. But the divine for the Hasidic movement is right there. You just have to do the work of erasing the barrier between you and the divine, and it's in the erasure of those barriers that one can experience the divine in the everyday, including even in the movements of one's physical body, the sound of a bird. Some of the Rebbe's were even alleged to be able to understand the language of the birds. They would listen to birds sing, and they said they're singing, they're talking, they're having theological debates, that the Rebbe's could understand the Fegelsprache, and that the Fegelsprache allowed them to hear the debates among the rabbis and the birds, which I always found a beautiful idea of sitting in the forest, listening to the birds, rather than just hearing like the rest of us, normie people that only hear the birds. The Rebbe's, they don't hear birds, they hear the debates among the birds and God. And so I always found that to be a very beautiful example of Hasidism, where it's not just, you're not just hearing birds sounds, you're hearing theological debates among the animal. So again, according to the Hasidic idea, it's the deep desire to experience the divine in every aspect of life. And to cleave to God, the Vegas is the clinging to God, and you cling to God, and the way that you do this, at some level, by cultivating a relationship with shamanic character in the Hasidic world. This is the Rabbi, or sometimes they're tzaddikim, tzaddukim. They're these righteous people who have a unique relationship with God. They are intensely holy. And of course, these rabbis go on to set up various courts, and those courts really operate a bit like royalty. Still do operate a bit like royalty even to this day. And so you have a loyalty to the Rebbe, to your Rebbe, and the chassid encounters the divine primarily through the Rebbe, and it's in that Rebbe chassid relationship that chassidism really grows up sort of upward light spirituality that it is today. We'll talk a little bit about how that's gotten a little stranger, with especially with the Chabad Father movement, which has gotten much bigger slide. We'll talk about that a little bit as well. But we'll see how that develops. So, as we stopped last time, the sort of cliffhanger from last time was that what I think that no one really realized in the aftermath of the whole Shabbatai Speed thing, that as much as the Shabbatai Speed business was a disaster, no one really saw what was happening in the background that was a bigger deal. The same year that Shabbatai Speed converted to Islam and apostatized in 1666, and I'm sure as many folks in the room know, 1666 is a dynamite year in the history of science. It's a year that Isaac Newton discovered or invented calculus. Of course, he discovered and invented at the same time as Leibniz. There's bitter debate about that. It's also the same year that Newton discovered the fundamental nature of light, and also basically figured out Newtonian physics as we know it now. And he published all that in 1666. This is called the Year of Miracles. So at the same time that Newton is figuring all that out, inventing calculus and all this stuff, that's the year Shabtai converts to Islam. So it's difficult. I know that for many people, and for me too, when I think about Shabbatai's conversion, I think of it as a medieval thing. It's like something that happened a long, long time ago. And I think of somehow Newton not having happened a long, long time ago. Newton feels very modern to me. It feels like I could just sort of, we could play chess with somebody else, Star Trek. And they happened at the same time. They happened the exact same year. And so what's coming down the pike, and what I think the Jewish world did not see in the aftermath of this entire Shabbatai business, was the Enlightenment. The Enlightenment was happening all around the Jewish world, in France and in North America and in England and Holland and Germany. The Enlightenment was developing a huge, completely new worldview that was dynamically breaking from what had come before, with its emphasis on rationality, its emphasis on experimental science, its emphasis on extreme logic. And so you're beginning to get philosophers like Descartes, like Spinoza. Spinoza's philosophy rejects the God separate from nature. It's just nature, and nature is God, and God is nature. It's the same thing. We're getting the mechanistic philosophers, the philosophers that believe that all of nature is like a giant machine. You study it carefully, you can understand how it works. If you understand how it works, you can predict it, and therefore you can make it do things for you. This incredibly mechanistic philosophy, which is in many ways really wonderful, and in many ways I think quite bad. Inside the Jewish world, they never saw this coming. It just sort of landed on their doorstep. When I say landed on their doorstep, I mean what I really mean is Napoleon showed up. What Hegel called the world spirit on horseback. Napoleon shows up in Central Europe and even Eastern Europe. Remember, he marched all the way to Russia. So everywhere Napoleon went, recall, he brought with him these Enlightenment ideas. His army was a sort of enlightened army, as much as the armies were ever enlightened. And Napoleon brought with him the metric system. He brought with him French Revolutionary ideas. He brought with him the idea that if you're a citizen of a country, you should have equal protection under the law. You should never be, there should never be second-class citizens. Either you're a citoyen or you're not. And if you are a citoyen, you have the rights and privileges of everyone else that is protected by the rational laws. And of course, I'm not saying Napoleon was perfect or anything like that, but he was a big enough deal that Hegel thought at some level he represented the very movement of Geist, the very movement of God, and the realization of Godness in the world. And of course, Hegel got disappointed with him later, but he made a big impression on the young Hegel. And so this is at the same time that the Hasidic movement is taking off. And so when these two movements come into conflict with each other, come into contact with each other, there's going to be a break-off in the Jewish world where some Jews are going to become very attracted to Enlightenment values, and they're going to incorporate those Enlightenment values into the Jewish world, and that is called the Haskalah, the Enlightenment. And I think almost everyone here in this class, and almost probably everyone hearing my voice, all of us are pretty enticed at some level by Enlightenment ideas. The idea of equal protection under the law, you can't be just killed because of what you believe in, that we have a rational system of weights and measures in this country, but most countries in the world, that the scientific, the very fact that I'm talking to you through this machine is proof of the success of the Enlightenment. So for many Jews, the Enlightenment was a solution to so many problems in the Jewish world, both in terms of the inner backwardness of the Jewish world. They thought to be a superstitious world ruled by elite dynastic rulers who divine the will of God, and who knows how they figured these things out. They believed in werewolves and vampires, and they believed in all this stuff, and Kabbalah. Many Jews were very disenfranchised with that, and wanted to rush into the world of the Enlightenment. They did. They did. In fact, for the Jewish folks here, I imagine for many of the Jewish folks in this class, you are the children of the great, great, great grandchildren of the Maskilim, of the Enlightenment folks. Because the Enlightenment was very, very successful, and for better and for worse. So what ends up happening is that this new kind of rational Judaism, the integration of Enlightenment values with Judaism, became, incredibly polarizing. We also, speaking again for the Jewish folks in the room, we live in an incredibly easy world compared to our ancestors, because in many ways we can adapt both worlds. We can be religious, and we can be in the Enlightenment somehow. Well, there was no middle ground in the 18th century. Either you jump ship and you join the Enlightenment camp, or you stay behind in the shtetl and you stay in the world of the pre-Enlightenment, or the traditional world, I suppose one could say. And so, in the traditional world, they realized how much of a threat this was. They were terrified of this, and they doubled down on the traditional aspects of the world. And so, in many ways, both Enlightenment Judaism and Haredi Judaism, that is to say, the black hat, ultra-Orthodox Judaism that we recognize now, are both actually creations of the Enlightenment. So I know that sometimes Haredi folks like to pretend as if they're the legitimate continuers and inheritors of a discrete, continuous line of Judaism reaching all the way back to Moses and past them. Moses wore a black hat and spoke Yiddish. But I guarantee you he didn't. The reality of the modern Judaism is at some level, all of it is a response to the Haskalah. It's all a response. Either you double down on tradition and you retreat it into the world of the dynastic world, of the Hasidic world, or the Livish world, or you drifted off into the secular world. You tried to make a go at either becoming assimilated, or you tried to balance out both. Assimilation was the largest, the earliest, quickest movement. So what we have here basically is a choice between some level of assimilation, right? As much as those countries that allow you to assimilate, whether it's the French or the Germans, and as you know from the terrifying history of how this will go, it will fail. Assimilation ultimately was a failed strategy. It did not protect Jews in the end. And neither did God, by the way. It wasn't like the Haredi people were protected when the first panzers rolled in. And so what we have is a dualistic, a polarized world by the 1700s, in which there are Haskalah Jews, and then there are traditional Jews. The world becomes polarized, becomes increasingly polarized. Now, that's not to say that Kabbalah stops. If all the kinds of things that have not stopped the Kabbalah hadn't stopped them, whether it was crusades or the event or whatever pogroms would stop the Kabbalah, well, this whole Enlightenment thing didn't stop it either. And so many of the traditional centers of Judaism in the medieval or in the early modern world, they continued to produce Kabbalah as if nothing was going on. For them, they may have not even known. And so, especially in the Hasidic world, there is a huge outpouring of literature. This is a time period where the folks in the Chabad movement, who I'm sure many folks that I come in contact with, they began very rigorously developing their movement. Also, also, it's worth pointing out that the Chabad movement becomes sort of the intellectual center in many ways of the Hasidic movement. They become much more interested in the role of the mind and the role of the intellect as opposed to just the role of the emotions. And so the Chabad movement actually becomes much more of a rigorous system of Hasidic philosophy as opposed to just singing songs and being happy or whatever. So this is a period of people like Rabbi Nachman of Breslov, which I imagine most folks have heard of. Nachman of Breslov is probably one of the most famous Rebbe's of this time period. He's of course known for his deep spiritual reflections and his um, existential torment experiences. He was a person of great highs and great lows. I guess most historical people who we end up remembering are kind of manic depressive in this way, and so Rabbi Nachman is known for this extreme joy, extreme sorrow he was capable of feeling. And ultimately, he's going to give rise to the Hasidic movement, which we'll talk about in a minute, but also the Nanach movement, which I imagine if you've ever spent time in Israel, you will at some point encounter some Nanach guys, which tend to smell as pious as they are. They wear the knit cap with Nanach written on it, they listen to techno music and dance around. They're really, pious to a fault. Something. So those guys are out there and they're a big deal in the neo-Hasidic world. Of course, also at this time period, probably one of the most important modern Jewish philosophers and mystics is also writing. This is a Ramchal, Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, probably the greatest traditional Jewish mind of the early modern period. And Luzzatto wrote a mountain of stuff. It's really, I mean, I was looking over some of it today and I was like, my God, this guy wrote 50 books. I mean, I've probably read one or two of them. He wrote 50 something books. It's an enormously huge output. But the Rothschild is known as a young man for having had a spiritual experience where he had a body or a spiritual teacher begin to reveal him all kinds of spiritual things. He was relatively young when this happened, and you can imagine that in the aftermath of the Shabbatai Tzvi business, no one wanted to hear about anyone talking to spirits anymore. And so he kind of got kicked out of Italy a little bit. He kind of got expelled from Italy, and this led him on a journey through Europe. And in his journey through Europe, he ended up writing like I said, a ton of stuff. His two most famous books are Derech Hashem, The Way of the Lord. Derech Hashem is probably the most systematic, collection or systematization of Judaism that incorporates both philosophical issues and Kabbalah into one system. Derech Hashem is a really, really great book. You can get it in Hebrew and English if you want to study it. It's a fantastic text that really does the work of combining the sort of philosophy of the day. Although the philosophy is a little outdated, but it's still a very amazing book. His other major book is a book on ethics, Vasilia Shari, which is also just really, really great to read and also get it in English too. And both these books have gone to become basically classics in the Orthodox world. There's even study sessions. They study these books over and over and over again all through the year. So Derech Hashem and Maslik and Sharim are classics of Judaism. They become classics of Judaism, and again, they incorporate Kabbalistic and non-Kabbalistic philosophical elements in one text. Again, Chaim Luzzatto is probably say he's the most important rabbi of this period. Probably the most important rabbi of this period. And so, very, very important guy. Also, over in Eastern Europe, they're also continuing to do classical Kabbalah. A lot of what's happening at this point in the Kabbalistic texts is a lot of systematization texts, which are trying to again systematize the organic system. But also there are a lot of encyclopedic texts where they're just going through and trying to list things and describe what things are. One of the problems that comes along with more technical Kabbalah is that the Hebrew language just isn't actually that good at doing philosophy. There are a lot of technical reasons why this is. German is a far better language for doing philosophy than English. And Hebrew is a sort of clumsy language when it comes to doing philosophy. And it's also a bit of a clumsy language when it comes to doing Kabbalah, ironically enough. And so a lot of the technical terms in Kabbalah are very, very confusing. And a lot of what happens during this time period is the encyclopedizing of Kabbalah. And one of the more famous encyclopedias that gets written at this time is one of the books I would love to see translated. I have it downstairs, but I can read it. they are translating it is beyond me. But it's the Sefer Kanaim. Sefer Kanaim is a encyclopedia of the Klipot. The Klipot, as you may remember, are the shards left over in the process of creating the world, and those shards that are left over are actually demonic. The demons that sort of haunt the Lurianic world, and it's an encyclopedia of all the demons. And so we actually get a systematic account of the evil detritus left over from the creation of the world here in the 18th, 19th centuries of Sefer Kanaim, which is a fabulously interesting text. You can read it online free. Of course, you have to read it in Hebrew, but now English translation. Now, as you probably also know, in all of this, in the 19th century, the amount of anti-Semitism in Europe doesn't go away. Anti-Semitism has always been there in Europe. There's always been European anti-Semitism. Well, the anti-Semitism gets a new added dimension. As you might imagine, as Jews become more and more part of secular civil society, there's also anti-Semitism that emerges at the level of discrimination of Jews in secular civil society. Of course, the most famous and infamous example of this is the Dreyfus affair in the 19th century in France. And so, with this uptick in anti-Semitism and the ongoing reality of anti-Semitism, there's sort of three distinct ideas basically about what to do about it. One idea is the traditional idea: double down on being pious and God will protect you. It's going to go in theory for many thousands of years. With that theory, no one's given up on your head. So one is double down on being pious and God will protect you. The other theory is that at some level, you just need to get out of Europe. Europe is just a death trap. We've been living in Europe now for 1,000 years, and for 1,000 years, it's just been a nightmare. It's just been pogrom after crusade, after blood libel, after witch hunt, after whatever. It's just that the Europeans are never going to accept us, and at some level, eventually they're going to try to kill us all. It's just a matter of time. Turns out they were right. So what do? You leave. You leave Europe. You pack your bags, and you leave Europe. And in the mid-19th century, that idea takes the form of secular Zionism. This is where Haskalah Jews and Laika Jews decide as a group that the situation in Europe is basically untenable and we need to leave. And this is the emergence, of course, of very, very nascent Zionism. Now, two things I want to note here about really early Zionism is that it was entirely a secular movement at first. In fact, it didn't really get to have much religious backing until the mid-20th century, frankly. And so Zionism was a secular, largely socialist movement, although not all of it was socialist, not all of it was socialist in the way we recognize it now. And that movement, while it did accept some messianic themes, and it was sort of apocalyptic in its narrative and the way that it talked about the world, it wasn't really informed by Kabbalah. But I think that it was informed. If you read a lot of the language of the early Zionists, you will see a lot of the exile redemption language. You will see a lot of language that is coming in from the Kabbalah, although I think it's mostly through social osmosis, right? So, let me make that more clear, put a finer point on it. The Zionist movement early on was never influenced by Kabbalah directly. Although, I think that there is some messianic and some Kabbalistic ideas that have reached into Zionism, mostly because of sort of social osmosis, because of Jews, and they've been raised on a diet of Kabbalah and Torah. So that's one part of it. The other part of it with the Zionist movement is that, from a religious perspective, it was completely remote. It was completely an Avera. The religious world rejected Zionism very early on. And when I say the religious world rejected Zionism, most of the religious world still rejects Zionism. It still says Zionism is a toxic ideology that is harmful to Palestinians, and it is irreligious. It's blasphemous. It's straight up heresy. And so this early, even the Reform movement very early on, even the Reform movement in Germany, at the very beginning of the Reform movement, they rejected Zionism in two major conferences. So even at the very far progressive end of the Jewish world, Zionism was very unpopular, at least to start. And it remains unpopular now, at least in the Haredi world. If folks have been watching the very wonderful show Shtisel, the soap opera, basically, you'll know in Shtisel, right, every time that they bring the Zionist up, Shulam's brother always says, he refers to the Zionism, he refers to Zionism as Shurmul, the evil people. You know what's called Shurmul, the evil people. And so this is the thing that develops early on in the response to Zionism. So it never became religious until much later. In fact, I would say that in many ways it wasn't until Rav Kook, who we'll talk about in a minute, and it certainly wasn't until I think after the 80 War that in a big way you get religious Zionism. It's a relatively minority. The Kabbalah, of course, continues to develop, right? It's not like the Kabbalah stops. Slide. Oh yes, this is a mistaken slide, but there's an extra thing down here I want to talk about. I must have bumped this slide up. But anyway, the last thing I wanted to talk about here is that in the 19th century, what also happens in the non-Jewish world is there's sometimes what is referred to as the occult revival. The occult revival was a re-interest in occult sciences, alchemy, and sort of a romantic interest in this stuff. And what you get are people like Ebenezer Sibley and Barrett, who are people that published the Vegas, give a bunch of people really interested in the occult again. And this sort of occult revival that occurred primarily in the 19th century also incorporates some older elements of Christian Kabbalah, and they ultimately develop a new form of Kabbalah out of Christian Kabbalah that gets referred to as the Hermetic Kabbalah. And this is a completely non-Jewish, occult-centered version of the Kabbalah, primarily used for engaging in ceremonial magic. So we have elements of Freemasonry being combined with elements of Renaissance magic, and then that being fused together with some elements of Kabbalah, and that develops what we now refer to as the Hermetic Kabbalah, which is another third branch of Kabbalah that is developed. There's, of course, Jewish Kabbalah with a K, there is Christian Kabbalah with a C, and now this develops eventually in the early 19th century, 20th century into Hermetic Kabbalah with a Q. And these forms of Kabbalah continue into occult practice all the way to this day. So again, in the 19th century, Kabbalah undergoes another mutation, although not a Jewish mutation, from people who are primarily in the non-Jewish world, primarily in England, where this occult revival takes place. So the Hermetic Kabbalah is out there, and it was very popular. There's a whole big world of people spirituality is wrapped up with these very sophisticated, very complicated systems typically referred to as. So as I mentioned, right, just a minute ago, one of the other strategies, right, so we have one strategy double down traditional, the other strategy is leave, go to Palestine or wherever. The other strategy that I mentioned a minute ago too is assimilation. Assimilation was a very daring strategy, perhaps I think one of the more difficult, and I think that many of the people who did the job of assimilating get written off as traitors or something. I think it's really unfortunate when we talk about that generation of folks. But assimilation was the really difficult task of trying to maintain two things at once. It was trying to maintain being Jewish and also trying to maintain your identity in a world that rejected you. Trying to be German and be Jewish, whatever German Jew meant. And the problem was that the Orthodox world hated Jew because they thought that he was a sellout, and the Germans never really accepted Jew either. And you could do anything, almost, right? I think of people like Husserl. Husserl was the great German philosopher whose son fought in World War I and still got fired when the Nazis took over. They never could become Jewish enough. In fact, even for the anti-Semites, for the Nazis, the more that the Jews assimilated, the more dangerous they were. They were almost hiding among them. And so there was something about this that the strategy of assimilation was always going to be at some level to the game. But what ends up happening, at least in the academic world, is that, or at least in the religious world, rather, I should say, is that Judaism early on had to basically come to look like Lutheranism. They had to make a Judaism that looked as much like the Lutheranism of the 19th, 20th century as possible. And that movement became the Reform movement, right? Ethical monotheism. And if you look at the Lutheran movement and the early Reform movement, it's amazing how similar they are. Even the choir, it's just like the organs and stuff, right? If you've ever been to a classical Reform synagogue, organs, the choir, and they even moved Shabbat to Sunday mornings and all kinds of stuff. They were desperately trying to fit in. And again, at one level, one way of looking at it is they're trying to sell out. But again, I think that the more that you accuse them of that, you need to walk a mile in their shoes and understand how devastating the reality of anti-Semitism was at that time and how awful it would get. And at the same time, I admire the courage it takes to try to figure out a way of being German and Jewish, being French and Jewish in a world that you basically rejected by both sides no matter what you do. I think it's very heroic and a very difficult path to march. On the academic front, part of what had to happen to justify the viability of Judaism is to justify it to the world of the theologians. And that's the theologians largely of Lutheran theology in the mid and late 19th century, which, as you probably imagine, as you may know even, German scholarship at this time was some of the most amazing scholarship in the world when it comes to the Bible. This is a time period where critical source theory was being developed. This is a time where the Bible was being systematically studied, scientifically studied for the first time. This is where Hebrew is really getting into the manuscripts of these things. It's really a time period of enormous erudition. In fact, I would say the German biblical scholarship of 10 years probably produced more erudite scholarship than we produced 30 years of what we did. It's amazing. These guys, they just knew 15 languages. They just did. That's just how they worked. They just had the whole Bible. They just had chunks of the Hebrew Bible memorized. So the scholarship was very driven by Lutheran, pietist, very careful scholarship. And so what's emerging at the same time is the attitude to do the same thing in Judaism. And the attitude to do the same thing in Judaism was largely spearheaded by a group of Jewish Haskalah scholars. This movement became known as the Wissenschaft des Judentums movement. And Raza, I'm going to beg your forgiveness if I mispronounce my German stuff as I go. Um, so the Wissenschaft des Judentums movement, the scientific study of Jewish books, was a movement in the academic Jewish world to study Jewish literature using all the modern tools at that time of German scholarship to study religious literature. And they had to make a decision about what they studied, because what they studied and what they published basically represented Judaism to the outside academic world. So, what did they study? What did they publish? Well, Talmud. They focused their energy on the Talmud. Why? Because the Talmud, for one, is a highly systematic, highly argumentative book based in logic. They could argue that Judaism is irrational because the Talmud is rational. The Talmud is a book of arguments driven by logic, and therefore Judaism is logical. Right? So we have the ethical components of the Hebrew Bible, we have the logical components of the Talmud, and therefore Judaism is respectable because it's a paragon of logic. Well, guess what isn't terribly logical? Kabbalah. So, what did the Wissenschaft movement do? They ignored it. Basically pretended that it wasn't there. Why? Because it was embarrassing. It was superstition. It was occultism. It was nonsense, made up, fraudulent stuff. For them, for the Wissenschaft movement, Kabbalah was an embarrassment. It put back into the darkness of the Middle Ages because it made Jews look crazy. If you've been listening to some of the stuff I've been saying over the past 14 weeks, thinking to yourself, God, that sounds nuts. Well, it does sound nuts. And can you imagine a bunch of Jewish scholars presenting that to a bunch of erudite Lutheran scholars being like, yes, Judaism. We believe that God masturbated reality to existence. What? That's not going to fly, right? It's going to make them hate you. It's going to reinforce every negative stereotype about the Jews. The Jews are irrational. They're driven by superstition. They believe in nonsense. The Wissenschaft Jews had to make a decision, and the decision was not Kabbalah, Talmud. Talmud. And so early on, Kabbalistic literature was largely put on the back burner, to put it politely. And as you might know, at the same time this is happening, this is also the same time that all of the movements in Judaism are beginning to form. The Reform movement, the Conservative movement, the Consorti movement, the Reconstructionist movement begins in the early 20th century. All of the movements, even modern Orthodox Judaism, all of the movements and movement Judaism in the non-traditional Jewish world, all of them look at some level to the Wissenschaft movement, and they base their Judaism some level on the Judaism being pumped out by places like JTS, by places like German Scholarship, by places like Cincinnati, the Reformal Seminary. And guess what? None of those places are doing. None of them are doing Kabbalah. Why? Because it's embarrassing. They do not want to look like crazy people. So the Kabbalah is totally sidelined for 2.5, 3 generations by scholars. Completely sidelined. And it's sidelined at a decisive moment in Jewish history. What is that decisive moment? The emergence of the movements. So if you grew up in a movement, Reform movement, Conservative movement, if you grew up in any of the movements, their scholars were simply not being trained on Kabbalah. And because they weren't being trained on it, they couldn't teach it. And because they could teach it, it was abandoned in the movement. This is the reason why, for folks who grew up, especially for folks who are a bit older than me, if you grew up in the movement Judaism world, you never heard about Kabbalah. There's a reason why. Because the rabbis you had never learned about it. And that's because the generation before them never learned about it. The generation before them made a decision not to learn about it. And that's what happened. Effectively, Kabbalah becomes decanonized by the modern Jewish movement. Modern Judaism basically decanonizes it. So the Zohar, Sefer Yetzirah, all the literature we've talked about basically goes back on the shelf. And what comes back is Talmud, if you're lucky, but mostly Tanakh. That's the reason why you will never really see in the movements until recently studies of Kabbalah, studies of Talmud, even Talmud. I mean, for folks who here who grew up in the movement world, how often did you all study Talmud? How often was Talmud something that you would be encouraged to study or heard about much? I see heads shaking. No, yeah, even Talmud, right? Even Talmud was sidelined. And you can imagine Talmud sidelined, then surely Zohar would be sidelined. So that's one part of the story. A huge part of the story is that Kabbalah didn't go away. They still did Kabbalah, study Kabbalah in the traditional world. It's in the progressive world that it was abandoned. It was decanonized in our world. It's only now limping back into canonization. And I think it needs to be recanonized more quickly than that. Of course, the other thing that happens, and this time, is I'm in the 20th century, and there's no way to avoid the elephant in the room. It's of course the Holocaust. The Holocaust devastated, obviously, European Jewry, but in terms of Kabbalah, it really devastated the Hasidic world. And the reason why it devastated the Hasidic world, as you might imagine, is the Hasidic Jews live basically in these very tight-knit social networks. They are distinctively dressed. They look very Jewish. They payas. They dress like Jews. Targeting them was the easiest thing in the world. They all live in the same shtetls, ghettos. So liquidating them, killing them, putting them on these cattle cars was very, very easy for the Nazis. So the Hasidic world was incredibly destroyed in the Holocaust. I think, unfortunately, and Roz would be obviously the better expert at this than I would be, that the Hasidic world suffered apocalyptic levels of devastation in the Holocaust just because of they were basically sitting ducks. And also their theology prevented them from leaving. So many of them, because they rejected Zionism, did not try to flee to Palestine. They thought it was religiously reproved to flee to Palestine because they were also tied to the Rebbe. They also didn't want to individually leave, right? They were tied to this person. And so if the Rebbe didn't leave, they didn't. And, lastly, right, look at the parts. When the Einstein movement moves in, they're there. They're living in that. They're living in that shtetl. And they're there with that Rebbe. And, it doesn't take but an afternoon of a really blackout drunk group of Einstein to do the deed to basically eliminate an entire Hasidic dynasty. And Chas v'shalom, that happened. It happened over and over and over again in Eastern Europe, especially Hungary, especially has been. I think 1 in 4 Satmar were killed or something like that in the Holocaust. It was just a devastating apocalyptic story. And as you know, the only people keeping the light on at this time, in many ways, for Kabbalah are the Hasidic people. It's the people in Eastern Europe, it's the traditional people. They're the ones keeping the lights on. And with their execution by the beasts that were the Nazis, The light goes out. The light went out. It was a devastating blow to Kabbalah. Now, luckily, our Sephardic brothers and sisters, Sephardic folks, they were still doing Kabbalah in Morocco. They were still doing Kabbalah over in Baghdad. Still doing Kabbalah in northern Africa. So it wasn't like that the devastating blow that was dealt to European Jews at the end of Kabbalah. But it is just important to say that the Hasidic movement and European Jewry was a very important center of the development in Kabbalah, and the Holocaust uniquely and profoundly destroyed some elements of that continuity. Luckily, they did survive. Many of them survived, and they would regroup. Some of them in America. And in fact, the two largest groups, Samar, would eventually, Samar Rebbe, Teitelbaum eventually made his way out before the war, in the middle of the war, and the Lubavitch Rebbe also made it out as well, and they refounded their Hasidic dynasties in Brooklyn, Holy Land, real Holy Land, which is Brooklyn. So Borough Park and Crown Heights, respectively. Go visit the Holy Land. It's just right over there in Brooklyn. If folks have this right in Israel, just a borough of Brooklyn. So the real Holy Land is over there, just around Coney Island. So the rebound, folks. The rebound. How does this all rebound? We have the Holocaust. We have the Haskalah. We have the Wissenschaft student. How did this rebound? Well, it rebounded in a couple different ways. The rebound, in many ways, began with a young maverick philologist. People forget that Gerhard Scholem, also people forget that he was Gerhard Scholem. He got Gershomized later when he made Aliyah, but Gerhard Scholem was a young maverick philologist who studied language. That's the reason why his scholarship is so top notch. You read everything in the original language. And Scholem made the crazy argument that Kabbalah deserves to be academically studied. It just deserves academic. It's part of Jewish history. It may be studied. And so in the 1920s, Gerhard would do all the heavy lifting of reading basically every single Kabbalist book he could get his hands on in the archives. Every single. And being the good German scholar that he was, he did that. And unlike the Wissenschaft Jewish movement that rejected the importance of Kabbalah, Gerhard Scholem argued convincingly that there simply was no Judaism without Kabbalah. You couldn't imagine what he has become. Judaism was just as important, or Kabbalah was just as important in the history of Judaism as Talmud, as anything else. So Scholem argued over the time that Kabbalah had to be reintegrated both academically and historically into the history and thinking about what Judaism was. And this was by no means easy, folks. When Scholem, who was already an established scholar at the time, was invited to speak at JTS, give a lecture at JTS, at the Jewish Theological Seminary there at New York, when he was allowed to speak, the justification for him being able to speak was that, well, look, the Kabbalah is nonsense, right? Kabbalah is Narishkeit. Kabbalah is nonsense, but, right, Narishkeit is Narishkeit. Aber the Geschichte des Narishkeit, das ist Wissenschaft, right? Nonsense is nonsense, but the history of nonsense is science. So Kabbalah is nonsense, but the history of Kabbalah is science. It's worth studying as historical information, but God forbid anyone to be a Kabbalist. That's ridiculous. That, by the way, was coming from the most famous the most famous progressive Talmud scholar in 20th century history, Saul Lieberman. Probably the most important, one of the most important Talmud scholars of the early 20th century, the Talmud professor at JTS. Basically invented modern sort of quasi-secular Talmud education, Saul Lieberman. That's how Scholem was introduced. Can you imagine being introduced at JTS by basically saying, yeah, what you study is nonsense, but because you study it as history, as something we used to do, it's legitimate. But God forbid anyone actually be a Kabbalist. That's completely crazy. So Scholem really had to walk an uphill battle. He fought an uphill battle the entire time to get legitimacy for what he was doing, which is unimaginable now, considering that Kabbalah is so legitimate, so mainstream. But Scholem had to fight that battle and in many ways went home. Luckily, he was a very capable scholar, and he was able to do it. Sholem brought with him an army of students. He attracted a great deal of students, folks like Moshe Yadel and Joseph Don, other folks who've gone on to become themselves leading scholars in the world of Kabbalah. His students were also perfectly willing to criticize him, and they did. They made careers criticizing him. Folks like Moshe Yadel really showed how important Sholem was, and also how incomplete Sholem was. And we have a whole generations of scholars who believes in Weiss and all kinds of stuff. Running the Rows is a huge group of scholars that blow my mind with every book that they write. And so the academic study of Kabbalah is limited. It is now totally legit if you want to study Kabbalah in college. You can take an academic level Kabbalah class, and no one's going to bat an eye. Sure, part of Jewish history. At the same time, there is an emerging, relatively small movement of religious Zionism, led by, of course, by Rothschild, and he would eventually give rise to religious Zionism as we know it. Although Rothschild wasn't terribly influenced by, wasn't a huge Kabbalist, but certainly a lot of the Lutheran themes of exile and redemption will play a part in the rise of Zionism. The most important, I think, Kabbalist to come really in the early to mid 20th century would be Rabbi Ashlag, the Baal HaSulam, the master of the ladder. And the Baal HaSulam would he would make Aliyah into Israel, and he would compose two incredibly influential works. The most important, I think, is his commentary on the Zohar, a text that took, I think, 10 years to write, called HaSulam, the ladder. And this is a both introduction to the Zohar, but also a commentary on the Zohar. And he translated Zohar out of the crazy Aramaic that it's in into a very modern Hebrew to make it accessible to a whole generation of people who otherwise would not be able to read it in the original Aramaic, published in basically modern Hebrew, modern Lashon Kodesh Hebrew. And so it's much more accessible in the modern Hebrew. So many people who read Zohar now in the Orthodox world, and also many people who study Isaac Luria are going to study many of his ideas in some level through the lens of Rabbi Ashlag, who also developed his own sort of like interesting communist theory. There's in fact I think a kibbutz that's based on some of his ideals in northern Israel, Calvinist. So Yehuda Ashlag becomes very important, I think probably the most important character in all this. Another character that I don't mention in this that I can't believe I left out, of course, is Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson, blessed memory. Schneerson, of course, was the head of the Chabad Lubavitch movement, and what's important to know about him is that, well, he became one of the most important founders of the Kiruv movement, that is to say, the outreach movement among Orthodox Jews and Hasidic Jews. So, if you've ever been to a Chabad house, that's because Rabbi sent someone to make one, basically, at least most of them. And Menachem Mendel Schneerson founded this enormous Kiruv network of the Chabad movement, and he was just a hugely important figure in the history of 20th century Judaism. It's really hard to downplay all the really important things that he did. But one of the things that's worth mentioning here that's important, that will be important going into 21st century Judaism, is that when he died in the 90s, it was already believed in his lifetime that he was the Messiah, and then when he died, people really began to believe he was the Messiah. And so there is a movement in the Chabad world. It's not a super big movement. I don't think it's as big as it was in the late 90s. It seems to be mostly localized to Brooklyn and in Israel, especially in Kfar Chabad, where they believe he's the Messiah. Also, I have a font. So I have, so anyway, the Menachem Mendel Schneerson was believed to be the Messiah, and I studied briefly at a Chabad yeshiva, and I definitely met people who believed that he was not only not dead, but that he had been taken into heaven somehow bodily, and that he was going to return really soon, and that it really his return would be heralded by Jews adopting more Torah, and that basically he was kind of occluded, and his occultation would come to an end, and the Rebbe would reappear as the King Messiah. Of course, you can still go to Crown Heights, you can still go to Brooklyn, and you can still see crowns, images of the Rebbe's flag, which has a yellow with a crown, and it says Mashiach on the side. So there's this huge messianic movement, which again could be a whole class unto itself, inside of the Chabad where they do believe that their late leader is the Messiah. And this is causing some serious problems in the Chabad movement because it is such a movement based on outreach. Although, in my experience and what I've been told by folks who've grown up in the movement, is that largely the kind of people that the messianist stuff appeals to are typically people like Bolsheviks, people who convert back to Orthodox Judaism, and younger people. But most of the more established world doesn't really get down with this Messiah stuff. Although I think they do still control 77, the main synagogue world that in Brooklyn, Eastern Parkway. So the Chabad has this messianic thing going on, which is super weird and interesting. Um, for the folks who are in Michigan who are hanging out with me in this class, you probably have never heard about this or heard about it only briefly because the Shemto family, which is the larger Chabad family here in Michigan, is a very old Chabad family. They were sent here as emissaries by the Rabbi way back in the 70s or 80s, something like that. But they were the leading force in many ways of the anti-messianist movement. They really thought the messianist movement was dangerous. And the Shemto family, which was very powerful here, at least in Michigan, has never been on the messianic camp. And I don't think the messianic camp has ever gotten a foothold in the Metro Detroit area when it comes to that stuff. That's different other places, but I don't think that the messianic camp has ever gotten a foothold here. But go to Brooklyn, go to 770. All right, the last two things I guess I'll mention before we really wrap up is the rise of the Neo-Hasidic movement. As folks know, the Neo-Hasidic movement was pioneered by folks like Mark Buber, who came out of the Hasidic world but maintained a lot of, nostalgia, not the right word, but wanted to sort of modernize and expand the Hasidic movement outside of the dynastic structure. And so many of the tales of the Hasidim and a lot of Hasidic spirituality became sort of exported out of the Hasidic world and then imported into the modern Orthodox world and the conservative world especially, and the Reconstructionist world most recently in sort of the Chabad movement of the 1970s. This is a period of Karlbach and stuff like that for folks who grew up with Karlbach and not. And so it's in that world that we have the rise of what might be called what is called the Neo-Hasidic movement. And this movement has proven to be extraordinarily popular in the Jewish world. And there are great luminaries in the Neo-Hasidic world. Folks who recently passed away, like Rabbi Shlomi and Art Green, who was one of Alana's teachers, actually, in Hebrew College. He's probably one of probably the premier Neo-Hasidic leader in the world right now. It's really funny in the forum that he and I got to have a few drinks together and talk about Kabbalah briefly. I feel like I got great honor to be able to hang out with one of the Gowans of the Neo-Hasidic movement. And so I got to spend some time with Art Green when I was up in Boston with Alana. So the Neo-Hasidic movement is alive and well, and I think it's popular as ever. It's actually growing in popularity. And with folks like Joey Weisenberg and other kinds of folks who are really channeling sort of Hasidic ideas into music, that stuff is going to continue. Awesome. The last thing I'll mention, and this is the thing I imagine some folks already know, is of course mainstream pop culture Kabbalah. The Kabbalah Center, led by Rabbi Berg, which has received a lot of criticism, but whatever, I think that it's a legit form of Kabbalah as much as anything else is, at least from an academic perspective. The Kabbalah Center is they have outfits all over the world that sort of franchises kind of, and they teach a very specific kind of Kabbalah that is tailored toward celebrities, basically. Now, there are non-celebrities that get into it. It's a form of sort of kind of new age, traditional Kabbalah. But this is made famous by folks like Madonna, and I think Britney Spears went to it for a while, which I think even Britney Spears has a Hebrew tattoo on the back of her neck. Some kind of Kabbalistic tattoo. I don't know whatever sense Kabbalistic tattoos make. But you go, Britney. I think she's from Mississippi, so I think we're home state people. So good, me and Britney go back. So people like Britney Spears and Madonna also embraced Kabbalah in a pretty profound way. And apparently, I think Madonna quit doing concerts on Friday night because of her commitment to certain kinds of Kabbalistic beliefs. Well, I think that the Material Girl's from here, right? She's from Bay City. Madonna's from Bay City. So the Material Girl's from here. So you have Rabbi Madonna, who has gone on to become influenced very heavily by Kabbalah at some level in her spirituality, although I don't think she's ever converted to Judaism. And there are many other people who've been influenced by the Kabbalah Center. Now, the Kabbalah Center is very polarizing. It's very controversial, and they've got some trouble with money stuff, unsurprisingly. A religious organization getting involved with celebrities and getting in trouble for money stuff. Could you believe that? Could you believe that? So, the Kabbalah, in many ways, in the 1990s and 2000s, really went pop culture with a lot of pop culture folks, musicians, and other folks becoming really influenced by Kabbalistic ideas, and those ideas becoming very mainstream, right? Very mainstream. Folks, Kabbalah Chai is gonna live. Kabbalah is gonna survive us all. It's back. The Kabbalah had gone through a couple thousand years, 1,000 years now of turns and twists and messiahs, and dead messiahs, and apostate messiahs, a mountain of books and commentaries. It's really gone through, I think, almost every kind of travail a religion can go through, a philosophy can go through. No philosophy that I can think of has gone through this much. Platonism or communism or whatever. Kabbalah has gone through so much, and it's had to transform and adapt itself. And when I think about the Kabbalah, that I'm very happy and very glad to be alive now, because we're now living in some level, the golden age of Kabbalistic literature. More Kabbalistic literature is available to me than anyone else in history when it comes to accessible information. More Kabbalistic teachers are available. Secular Kabbalistic education is available. And a class like this is a completely secular academic class on Kabbalah. Also, you can go to dozens of teachers of Kabbalah to become a Kabbalist. And Kabbalah is accessible to people it was never accessible before. Women, LGBTQ folks, it's accessible in a way that it never was before. And so I say that Kabbalah Chai, Kabbalah lives, and Kabbalah will live, because we are living in an age where the Kabbalah has finally been able to, at some level, withhold its secrets. You have to work hard to become a Kabbalist. You have to learn Hebrew, learn Aramaic, you might have to move to Israel, you have to move to Brooklyn. You have to do a lot of heavy lifting if you really want to get into Kabbalah. But you can. It's there. So much of it's the internet. Right? So much of it you can get via Internet Library alone. You can go buy books right there at Amazon and learn secrets of the Kabbalah that would have been utterly inaccessible to 99% of the Jewish population most of history. And there they are, immediately available. Even English translations of things like the Zohar, or the Pritzker edition of the Zohar, the massive 12-volume Pritzker edition. There was no standard English translation of the Zohar prior to that, not really. And now, for the first time in history, we have access to all 12 volumes of the Zohar, and new things are coming out every day. So we're living in a golden age for the study of Kabbalah, and we're living in a golden age for those who want to be Kabbalists. And I have to say that I'm really happy, and I feel really blessed, and I feel really grateful that all of you have decided to come along with me on this 14-week journey through the history of Kabbalah, because I feel very lucky that I have the privilege and honor to be able to learn about Kabbalah and share what little I know, and to know that there are people interested in learning about Kabbalah and learning what little I know. And so I just want to thank all of you who hung out with me over the course of the past 14 weeks to learn some Kabbalah together, and to learn about Kabbalah and learn that this tradition is beautiful and strange and science fiction-y, just all over the place, weird and wonderful. And so I just want to express my deep gratitude for everyone who's dropped into our class or stayed for all 14 or whatever. I'm just really grateful and really blessed, and feel really thankful for everyone who's had the time, who's taken the time to learn some Kabbalah with me, and giving me the opportunity to learn more about Kabbalah in the preparation of this class. So that said, thank you. It's really an honor and a privilege to be able to have done this class. And I look forward to learning with all of you soon, whether Kabbalah or not. I'd love to do this in part. It's like my secret desire to do a big Zohar class, both study Zohar and also study about Zohar. We have imagine kind of a class that would be structured like a science class, where you have a lecture in the lab, lecture would be like this, but then we'd have a lab. A lab would be like studying the Zohar, studying it. So I imagine that's my dream gig. It's a lecture lab class, a Zohar lab. Which I can't. I have to say, it's a little more exciting to me than organic chemistry lab. So, so anyway, folks, that's be up to the community, up to y'all. But I guess again, I'll just end with saying thank you, and so happy that folks are along with me on this journey. And it doesn't end here. I will definitely say that. Like I said, we're not ending with the end of Kabbalah. We're ending with dot 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 because Kabbalah is going to outlive us all. Welcome back, and thank you for joining me as I explore the garden that is Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Again, if you'd like to support my work, providing accessible, free, and scholarly content on topics like Kabbalah, alchemy, and the occult, magic, and philosophy, consider supporting my work on Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane history, philosophy, and religion.
Well, look who the fuck it is. How you living, pimp?
Yo.
I see yellow. Are you just jerking yourself off raw in a public park? Because that's usually frowned upon.
You're talking, I can't hear you.
Dog, this is bullshit. I don't know why you're inviting me into your life if you can't hear me.
Uh, no audio.
Yo,
One moment. All right, we're gonna do charades.
oh, well, maybe it's my fault. Yo,
Yo, what's up?
how you living, pimp?
I'm living good.
What's good, son? Did you sleep today? Yo,
Yeah, I did. I went inside.
I said, did you sleep today?
Yeah, did you not hear what I just said?
No, I didn't. Go ahead. What'd you say?
Oh, I went to sleep at like 8 a.m. and then woke up at like when my dog woke me up. But
Are you jerking
yeah, I was
yourself? Go ahead.
talking to these two guys yesterday that I met on Pump Fun, and they're like shitcoin professional shitcoin traders. And they told me that they'd show me the ropes a little bit, so I have like a little bit of money a tiny little amount of money to mess around with shitcoin. Got rugged like 5 times in a row on Pump Fun, but we'll
Yo,
see if they are gonna
one of the
teach me.
one of the best investors in the game. They're from South Australia. They just so happen to additionally be a comedy finalist in the Raw Comedy Contest. They advise Dog with Hat, and they advise putting about $1 million in liquid assets into it. Just Just putting that out there as a little alpha for your journey.
I feel like Zito's like giving up on crypto a little bit.
Dog, he used to talk about it nonstop. You remember he used to come in and be like, "I'm a millionaire," and we'd be like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" He'd be like, "I'm a millionaire," and we're like, "Okay, then go get a car, go move into a house." He's like, "Oh, I'm not a millionaire like that." And be like, "Okay, well, what do you mean?" And he's like,
Yeah,
you know, my investments just hit $1 million, and then literally I didn't talk to him for like 90 days, and he came back and he's like, "I blew it all." I'm like, "How did you blow $1 million?" He's like, "It went from $1 million to $40,000, and now he is living off the Australian government, making up uh, diagnoses that he may or may not have."
he uh, he told me that he shorted gold with like a $50,000 like leverage trade on gold, which I was like, okay, it's at all-time highs, but I think that got liquidated because it kept going up. And Jody set a stop loss or something. He was up. But I whenever when he was talking about that crypto, like in like the back of my mind, I was like, you're gonna take a round trip here, but like people think like literal like shit coins have value and markets don't fluctuate, but they definitely do.
Most certainly.
Game of musical chairs.
Absolutely. I have a question for you. Are you interested in joining my Monday evening ballet club?
That's the strangest romantic inquiry anyone's ever posed to me, so definitely not.
There's nothing romantic about it.
Are you sure it's just a ballet club?
Actually, it's a fantasy
Nothing more?
football. Actually, it's a fantasy football league that is posing as a ballet club. But yeah, watch
Like,
yourself.
that was weird.
That was weird. I wish they did an interview with him. They did some. They had like little videos of him, but
We want to hear his side.
I want to hear his side. Exactly. I want him to be like, "Dog, these guys wanted it." Let me just put it to you this way: I had this group of people. We were meeting for ballet. What does that tell you? Any dude who's going to this thing is there's like a 50% chance. I'm not gonna make it any higher or lower, but there's a good chance that this guy wants a dick in his ass. But there's also there's also 50% chance.
A little bit.
No, I don't know if they're responsible because like they got brainwashed or whatever. But there's also like a 50% chance that they didn't. So I get that. But I want to hear his side of the story. I want him to be like, "I didn't do anything. I I know nothing about. I know nothing of the matter." Dude, there's this it's not really the same, but it just reminds me of there's the Chappelle show, which you haven't watched, which is just really like just disappointing uh in life, but you know, that's fine. Uh
I
and
like Dave Chappelle. I have nothing against him. I'd love to see Dave Chappelle do skits.
Dog, then
So,
what? Then let's watch.
I've seen a few clips of it online.
Dog, it's not the same. You gotta watch it. You gotta make it part of your religion. It is amazing. I'm telling you, and this is absolutely true. Before the internet had memes, people just yelled Chappelle's show quotes to each other, and like out the window. Like you would see somebody and you'd be like, "I'm rich, bitch," rah, rah. Or you'd be like, "I'm Rick James, bitch." Like people would just yell this stuff at each other and just it was before memes. Anyway, there's this episode that he does. It's called Black Bush. It's where he's George W. Bush, and they're asking him about the invasion of Iraq,
I'm going in the elevator.
Okay. Thank you for warning me. No one can hear you. No, I can't hear you. I can't hear you, so just I'll wait. Let me know when you're on the other side, baby. Yo, does everybody remember when Riser was in the elevator? I do.
Wait 30 seconds.
I'm waiting 30
I
seconds
call
for
it the
this clip.
shaft.
He's in the shaft. He's getting the shaft. Shaft. Damn right. Who's that?
I'm getting shafted.
Shaft. Damn right.
Alright. Yeah, George W.
Yeah, so
Bush.
they asked George W. Bush about the invasion of Iraq, and they're like, "Does this have anything to do with oil?" And and Black Bush, Dave Chappelle's like, "Oil? What? Oil? Are you cooking, bitch?" And then he just like shoves everything off the table and runs away. Basically, that reminds me of how this, whatever that cult leader would be like. Are you here to just take advantage of men? He'd be like, huh? Ballet Monday night? How could you accuse me of that? And then just runs away because he's just like, that's just like the reaction that he would have. Anyway,
I think that dude seriously like was in love with ballet. He was a little bit of a ballet Nazi.
I
Obsessed with he was. I feel like he literally could have just made a career. Like people were like, "Oh, he's like an amazing choreographer. Like he knows his shit. He's like a ballet god." And he literally probably could have made like a career. Like he didn't have to start a cult. Like he may have just been doing it for money, but it's like he could have just made plenty of money just being like a ballet professional.
I like how back then it was such a big deal if somebody started porn. It would like ruin their. But today it would be like, all right. I mean, that's not like that big of a deal. So you had sex with the camera on, no big deal. Like, and then this guy was in.
I don't know. I think it's still like frowned upon from like an employer perspective.
Dog, Kim Kardashian did it. Look at her career.
She's not an employee of like a major company.
But she's.
I don't think
she's
people want. I don't know.
She's a.
I think there's still a lot of judgment surrounding it.
She's a respected individual in the community.
I don't know about that.
I mean,
she's famous for a tape that she put out.
If I asked your average 30-year-old woman who they take fashion advice from, I bet you about 50% of them would have Kim Kardashian in their top 10.
I honestly had no idea she was like a fashion person. I don't know much about her.
No, I mean,
I guess if she has a lot of expertise in fashion,
it's just her show was so influential that it influenced the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills and the Real Housewives of Orange County and the Real Housewives of New York and New Jersey and Philadelphia and Atlanta and Miami and Washington D.C. I mean, like there's like this like entertainment, like that channel and Bravo and stuff that like they need an alpha bitch, and it's Kim Kardashian.
But your core argument was Kim Kardashian. You're alluding to the fact that all those Real Housewives of Orange County shows are like a spin-off of her original show, and like people, I don't think respect those housewives. I think they like watch that show to like at least the guys like just make fun of how fake they are, and I think that like there's just like this super materialistic like fake persona that a lot of those people have, and I don't think that like warrants a ton of reverence.
Okay, look at the fappening or whatever when Apple dropped all that content of those celebrities. It was like every single famous celebrity woman was in it.
Wait, who dropped it?
I think there was like some kind of hack in Apple's iCloud like 10 or 12 years ago or so. And it was called The Fappening, which was like all these pictures of these naked celebrities. And some of them were videos, but usually it was just like things they were sending to their lovers and husbands and stuff. And there's an argument to be made that like all of those people, many of those people, that's like all like the Hollywood actors. They're all pretty high regarded. I'm not saying that they're the best, the best role models for children by any means, but even that, even just taking a naked picture in its own way is closer to being a porn star than maybe like okay, let me put it this way, this is delicate. Okay, there were some celebrities who were found to have like pictures of them taken like in the 60s and 70s and stuff, and that had some ramifications on their career about like should they be considered a moral person or whatever. This is like a discussion that happened maybe 20 years ago, and today that's like no big deal. It's like, oh, you had naked pictures of you like taken, like that's so what. uh I'm saying that the pornography industry is moving much more towards it. Okay, here's my example. You have an actor, Shannon Elizabeth. She was in American Pie. She dated Tom Brady for many years. She just started in. What are you doing? Crumpling up paper in the microphone?
Sorry. Yeah, I have taco bag.
Okay, well, tell your taco bag to shut the fuck up. Anyway, so Shannon Elizabeth stated that she just joined OnlyFans and she made $1 million without uh, without
lifting
getting naked. And who's that other bitch? Jamie Presley, who's been naked on camera before. She's starting an OnlyFans. She's the one who looks just like, or Margot Robbie looks just like she does.
The ones that don't show a hole on OnlyFans still get walk away with millions. Those are the best trolls.
I agree. But okay, so let's put it that way. You have actors who, like Demi Moore, she went topless for striptease, and that was actually a really powerful movie about like women's empowerment and a good mother, or like a lady who's just trying to be a good mother. But it was distorted by the fact that hey, she's gonna be topless on camera, and but like she was up for an Academy Award like 2 years ago. Like, didn't ruin her career. I'm not saying she's like the worst person ever, but like there's a fine line between motion picture nudity and porn. There's just some really bad movies out there are arguably porn. They're just softcore porn. So I'm saying for this guy who was a religious leader, his porn of like the 1970s or 1980s, if it were made in the noughts or the teens, nobody would really care that much.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree with that, and I also think that it is becoming more normalized with like shit like OnlyFans and like that old garbage where it's like just becoming more widely accepted and not viewed as a big deal because oh look, everybody's showing whole. It's no big deal, but I don't know. In my personal opinion, I think other people's opinion just maybe not the best look. I mean, you could be like, I don't care or whatever. That's fine. People are gonna have different image, like boundaries and like perspectives on whether or not they're comfortable showing whole to any single person on the internet.
I agree with that. I mean,
I don't know. I think people are still like very like judgy of people that do OnlyFans, and yeah, because I think it's just, I don't know.
I did it.
It's like you're giving up your, oh, like, I don't know. You're exposing yourself in like a way that people are like,
It's
just
taboo.
judge you for it. I'm not saying that judgment is correct, but
It's taboo.
there is
Okay.
some judgment.
So then I agree. It's taboo. Okay, but let me ask you this. I did it. I did it for no money. Hey, Miss Aquarius.
Yeah, I got 3 strikes in a row, Miss Aquarius.
Yeah, you did.
Yesterday on my first 3 strikes. And I thought I was gonna do a perfect game, and then it all crumbled, but I still won.
Dude, he did really well. Miss Aquarius, are you ready?
Yeah, we can play.
All right, Riser, are you ready?
No, you guys can go ahead. I'm do it. Or give me like 1 sec.
You take your time.
Give my dogs food.
We want to see your skill set.
All right.
Miss Aquarius, how was your day?
It was good. I'm just on leaving. I got 3 options I got to go to. And I'm like, oh my God, all these options on this app is just like driving me crazy.
You have 3 options?
Options in the meeting. People are in options on this app that I was live at the meeting. So they're live on, so they're going to be in an auction on here. 3 people. They're going to be in an auction on here.
I understand.
They'll be in a Mother's Day. Yeah, Mother's Day roses. So I got 3 people I got to go to.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
So I got about 10 links, huh?
I just want to make sure I'm hearing you correctly. You're saying auctions?
Yes.
Okay.
Auctions. AUCTIONS. Yes. So I got 1 in 10. Somebody's doing 1 in 10 minutes. So I'm in their live right now.
All right. Riser, you have an invitation. Miss Aquarius, you of course have an invitation. I'm ready when you both are.
I'm not seeing it.
Okay, let's just send it again.
I got mine.
Invite sent successfully. Riser. Invite sent successfully. Riser, you still not getting it? He'll be back.
There you go. Come on, Riser.
I don't see the invite. Oh, wait, there it is.
There you go, big dog. All right, Riser, we're gonna see your skill against a real expert, Miss Aquarius. She.
We're gonna see if he gets it. Let's go. Come on, Riser. All right, so let's go. Oh, look at this.
He's got a cow.
Got a cow.
Are you serious? Yeah.
Yeah, he is. We are serious, dog.
You got a cow.
I messed up there.
Oh, he's talking about the bowling ball.
I'll purchase like a cool one, but I don't know.
Dude,
I don't have enough coins. They don't give you enough coins.
The cow is very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I don't mind it. Kind of better than like the paid ones. You can pay $3,000 for a gold ball, or you can just take the cow.
Let's go. Let's go. All right.
Garbage.
There's always just sirens going off in my town all the time. It's not even a big town.
Are there old people where there's like a lot of ambulances?
I mean, there's old people, but
Miss Aquarius with the big lead.
I know. I might have to put that
where'd
on
she
mute
get so
for
many
you.
points from? What the heck was this?
She got a strike, and it was amazing.
I need the spare here. Oh no.
Devastating. Give me this.
I'm eating tacos. I'm distracted.
I mean, that sounds like a you problem. That's not a Miss Aquarius or me problem.
I'm saying the environmental conditions are not favorable.
All right, again, that's something that you can control. I can't control that. Miss Aquarius putting up numbers. Get it. What a great spare. Folks, if you're watching at home, Miss Aquarius just had an amazing spare.
That was funny. Thank you, Rabbi. I needed that laugh.
You're welcome, madam. All right, the cow. He gets the spare.
Good there. Yeah.
Give me this. Garbage. Give me this. Get it. Miss Aquarius putting up numbers, folks. Look at her. Look at this. She's in the 70s. 74.
Come on, Riser.
What?
Right.
Oh, that's so. What the heck?
Right, so I didn't program the app, my man. Oh, nice. That was pretty good. Pretty good kickback. That's what I'm talking about. Riser, did you see that?
I saw you got a strike in the warm-up game.
Oh, this is tough. This is tough. Get it.
Right
Oh.
Yay, you win, I win.
And Riser wins. Reload. Reload.
I forget it's another person. So you win, we win. There you go.
Yes, ma'am.
I got to remember that. Sorry, Riser.
It's all good. It's just a warm-up game.
Okay. Come on. Okay.
Riser, I wonder with the bowling ball that you have if you have to stick your fingers in the nose of the cow.
Put that on mute. Put that on mute, but
That would be sweet.
I agree.
I'd love to have a custom bowling ball.
I would too. Riser, nice spare.
Yeah, we're gonna play GeoGuessr later. I'm gonna smoke you.
Are we watching Michael tonight, Riser?
No.
All right. Well, what are we watching?
We're watching you lose at GeoGuessr in real time.
Big dog. What documentary are we watching?
I don't know.
All right.
Maybe a Stanley Kubrick one.
All right. Room 2.
Yeah. 2, whatever. No! Oh, Lord.
Riser, did you know that the ball, your ball is supposed to hit down all the pins? Oh, get it. Miss Aquarius has a very difficult shot. She can get it though. That's okay. She got one. Riser, you ready for this?
Split pins there.
Riser, are you ready for this? Garbage. That was terrible. One of the worst throws ever. Let's take Riser's lead. Riser,
No.
Did you see that spare? Whenever I see your ball,
What?
Riser, I'm gonna stick my fingers in the cow's nose and my thumb in its mouth.
Yo, get the last one. Come on. Miss Aquarius, are you seeing this?
I'm seeing it. Get it. Great spare. One of the greatest spares we've ever seen. Riser, what are your thoughts on this? This is a tough shot,
Yes.
son. Oh.
Yeah, no spare.
Okay. But yes, 10-point lead on you.
I think I was able to roll it really fast. But
Do you think it has to do with your tacos?
I think my screen is broken.
That's not cool.
The game is rigged. Sometimes you can roll like super fast, but I haven't played this game enough to lock in how to quickly roll it every time.
Are you serious? Guys, are you ready for this
I don't
one?
even think that. Have you played online? Like, do people like spin it ever?
What do you mean online?
Like when you play against random people,
Okay,
do they like put spin on the ball?
I have never seen anybody who's been like an expert at doing that. I have seen somebody in archery though who was amazing. Like they got a score of like 250. It was like, oh, they
And
must
they're
have,
shooting the arrows super fast.
yeah, they must have had some kind of bot. I didn't get. I This is when I was at my best, and I didn't get within 100 of them. Get it? Nice spare, Riser. And so, oh, there's Mr. Aquarius. Apologies. Uh, and so that broke my will to want to play that game because it was like, no matter how good I get, somebody's still way better than me. Mr. Aquarius retakes the lead. Riser, what'd you think of that strike?
Oh, you want again?
Yeah, what else is new, son?
Yeah.
Nice job, Mr. Aquarius. You win, we win, we win, you win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. Now it's time for your friends auction.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. So I'll see you in a little bit. Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Riser, are you ready to lose in Scrabble?
Yeah.
Okay, so here's my question to you. I understand if you want to consider the first bowling game that we played to be quote unquote practice or whatever, warm up. But what is your explanation for the second performance of yours?
I was literally eating tacos. I wasn't paying attention.
I mean, again, that sounds like a you problem, not a me problem, dog.
It's okay.
Are you ready for your
I don't mind.
Are you ready for your invite?
I'm waiting. Everyone in the world, in the history of the entire world, is waiting for this invite. You're rugging like Zoo.
Dog, get out of here with that garbage. These are the worst. Maybe the worst. This is the worst. Worst. The worst.
How many excuses do you need?
Dog. Yesterday, you were given the best setup of tiles in the history of the game. You had a Z, a Q, a J, an X, a blank, all the S's. I'm going to talk so much shit in this game.
No. Have you played Chip and Putt ever?
Have I played a chip input before? Yeah.
There's an amazing Chip and Putt in the forest where I live up this dirt road, and it's like a secret Chip and Putt, and it's like
Is it?
it's free too.
I was just gonna say, is it free?
It's just like super baller.
How does it get maintained?
I mean, it just doesn't need like any maintenance really.
I don't understand it.
It's like a little bit like worn down, but it's like the holes are just like gravel, but they have
The
like
holes are
plants.
gravel, so you have to use your club on a gravel surface.
No, like the tee box, you tee off on like carpet.
Okay, you tee off on carpet. What about the greens?
Yeah, the greens are like wood chips or like little like pieces of like rock. But like they have like a hole in it, but you basically just like chip and see how close you get it to the hole, and if you get it on the green, you get points. Get it in the hole, you get points. You get it in a bunker, it's like subtracted a point.
All right, so that's not golf though.
I mean, it's a chip and putt. Literally.
That's not what a chip and putt is. A
said
chip and
that.
putt is generally like a par 3 golf course or shorter. You're talking about something that's like almost like disc golf, and
It's not disc golf. It's like you're chipping, like a little chipper, and you have like a wiffle golf ball, and it's like instead of like a mini putt, it's like the chipping version of a mini putt. Like the holes are like, I don't know, like just like a reasonable like little golf green type of chip shot away.
okay. Dude, how did you get such a big lead? Are you serious? Are you serious with this garbage? Get out of here with your S's and your E's and your Y's and your M's and your G's and oh, are you serious? Are you fucking serious? Are you serious?
That's over. It's over for you.
I'm gonna have the greatest comeback in the history of this game, son.
Do you have a shovel? Because you need to start digging.
Dog, I can't believe that this game is rigged against just what I am, who I am, everything for which I stand. Dog, you didn't even ask me. Are you serious? You make it an S? Are you fucking serious?
Don't worry, I have shitty tiles because I'm winning so much, so they give me the shittiest tiles possible.
That's
That way you have a chance.
that's not even like that's like what's the word? I don't know, like superstition, dog.
No, it's how the game works.
Dog, it's superstition. The writing's on the wall.
I don't think that is a word. I don't think that is a word. Are you serious? That was great, dude. That was great. That was Yeah, you
that
helped
was
me out with that one.
that was great. Folks, he just triple word scored on a pew. Are you fucking serious?
The three letter on the X. I don't have that big of a lead though.
Yeah, you should have a
It's good
giant
though.
one. You should have a giant one.
We've been playing absolute trash, but
Oh, that would have been sick as fuck.
you click? How's that not a word?
I mean, do you really want me to go into the depth of
I thought it
the
was a word.
dictionary? Do you want me to read you the dictionary? It starts out with like aardvark, dog. Aardvark. Next word.
No, that is the encyclopedia.
Uh, how does your dictionary start?
You think it goes AR? You think the first word
No,
is
aardvark is spelled with two A's, dog. AA.
All right, forgot.
All right. I mean, what do you want me to do? Do I have to teach you how to spell?
Yo, this is bullshit. You talk to my fucking text.
Okay, I'll let you
Not
go
any more
again.
time.
I'll let you go again.
You're fucking.
But then I'm gonna talk shit like a motherfucker. Dog, you have a 56 point lead and you're asking for redos? This is garbage, folks.
Oh, you're distracting me.
And I gave you a free chance so that you could talk about whatever you wanted to do, whatever you want. We're having to spell the word aardvark for you, dog. Aardvark. Are you serious?
I forgot it was a trick word.
How is that a trick word?
Everyone knows it's a trick word.
All right. Well, your 56 point lead is down to 46, baby. Come on, dog. Don't F up. That was good. Are you serious? How is that not a word?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that is a
Did I
word.
whip up my
No, that is a
What's
word.
the word?
No, it is a word, and they're not giving me credit for it, and that's garbage.
Well, mine was a word too, but they didn't give me credit.
What was your word?
So, what was your word?
I asked you first.
It was egoic.
That's not a word, but whoa is a word. This is bullshit.
W.
This is bullshit.
Oh.
This is bullshit.
No, W is. Whoa is spelled like WHOA.
It's spelled both ways.
Or AF.
Yeah, I know. No, it's spelled a bunch of different ways.
Egoic is a word, though.
Egoic is not a word. What is egoic? What does that mean?
Like when you're using your ego.
Okay, no.
I'm gonna search it up because I've seen it in text before.
Are you sure you're not thinking egotistic?
No.
Egoic. Yo, are you gonna go? Deli and real. That was good. That was very good.
Egoic is an adjective describing thoughts, behaviors, or motives relating to the ego.
Okay, fake news, dog. That's cool. That's really cool.
It's a real word.
Fake news.
And this game robbed me of my real word.
Okay, that's cool. And I like that you want to tell that story.
How are you not losing by more? That's why. That's great. What the fuck? Fuck.
This game is so over. It's not even
You're
close.
gonna get that fucking stupid
It's not even
goddamn whatever virus.
Hantavirus. Hantavirus.
Santa virus.
Yeah, dog. I didn't get COVID. I didn't get Ebola. Do you know how many end of the worlds I've been through? Ebola, the 2012 Mayan calendar, the Cold War, dog. I'm fucking bulletproof. You swapped 5 tiles?
Yeah, I mean, there was nowhere to place tiles, so I kind of was in a corner.
Look at that move.
I was literally gonna play that.
All right, well,
but
I
didn't
mean,
have
Doug,
those
I mean,
tiles.
there's just kind of a thing. If you were going to play it, then you should have played it. It's as simple as that. Folks, we're down 47 points. This would take. We would need all the yogurts in the world to make this comeback. Oh, that was good.
12 tiles remaining. That's a word. They robbed me of it.
That was amazing.
You just got hurled.
That's not a word.
Oh, you're damn right it's a word. You just got hurled.
No, it's not a word.
Earl is a high-ranking member of
No, I know what Earl is.
Peerage
Earl is not a
position
word.
below a marquise and above a viscount.
Dog, I know that. Everybody knows that. That's not news to anybody. What is news
You
to
just
people?
got hurled.
Earl is not a word. Earl is a word.
I'm saying
Earl
you
is
just
not a
got
word.
hurled.
I like how you're trying to put something there when there isn't anything. That's cool. It's really one of the coolest attempts in the history of humankind. That's a nice attempt. It's really nice. It's oh you douche. Just absolute. The, he just got everything in this game, folks.
You had the cue. You had an S.
Oh, one S.
You don't have the right chicken plane.
One S. Thanks, dog. Thanks for the S.
You might win.
Dog, I'm down by 87 titles. Shut the fuck up.
Kind of screwed here.
Oh, really fucking screwed. I only have 12 S's and all the other good stuff. F you, man. You had
Just
the
play old Raj.
you had the
Raj,
J.
whatever.
You had the J as well.
I should have played it above the O there, but I guess it wouldn't matter. No multiplier.
Dude, like, so much of the board hasn't been used. It's pretty ridiculous.
I don't think it can be used. Nice.
Dude, I made this bot. Took me like all night. But it's so good. It posts 10 simultaneous blog posts on 10 different blogs, which allows me to dominate search engine optimization. Vane, oh fuck you, man, that's good. Oh man, I don't know where to put my V.
Damn. Yeah, I don't see any. I don't know what your other titles are, but. Wait, what's the bot does what?
It posts.
Definitely doesn't dominate in literati.
I was distracted by your taco eating.
Okay, O tap, okay, O tap, O.
So anyway, this bot, it also puts a picture and puts titles in the picture, titles in the blog post, and the blog post can be about whatever I want it to be on. It's on like floating cities and like amazing shit.
Wow, you got the Z?
Yeah, dog.
Wow.
I wanted you to have the highest score you've ever had.
No, it doesn't count if you're helping me.
Well, then I guess it doesn't count now, does it?
Damn, you got the duck. I literally almost. I mean, I like doubled your score almost. Almost doubled your score. I definitely won by 100. I won by 122.
God, I gave you 24 points at the end.
Yeah, I know.
All right, what's the documentary, son? I get to pick it. I know.
I guess it is your turn.
I know this great documentary about Monday Night Ballets.
Hey, that was fascinating. It led to a bunch of great discussion. Oh, can I show you a video that I didn't tell you about my Reddit post?
Yeah, dog.
So I spent a bunch of time like working on this stupid little like G Squirrel account because I just want to make like a viral account. So I made like this AI video of like the squirrel and it's going like skydiving and like the voice of the squirrel is like Ice Cube, and then I posted it on like TikTok cringe on Reddit, and everyone was like, "This is AI slop. This sucks. OP is a loser." Blah blah blah. And I literally to that person I replied, I'm like, "Wow, nice ad hominem attack there."
That's what I like to say. What did they say back to that?
Oh, I can. You want me to share the thread, or I can just read it?
You can read it.
You score replied to your post. Low score with less than 10 votes after a 36-hour period are removed to keep viewer engagement. Nice. Let me find this person I was jousting with back and forth. This guy wrote fucking horrible. And it has 0 likes. And then that was in the R funny group. They didn't like that.
Wait, you were able to put it in R funny?
Yeah, but people didn't like it. So Slip and Slops or AI Slop, OP is a loser. Remember, if you block a Redditor, it stops all their posts from showing up in your feed. That was the top comment. And I was like, wait, I don't see any rules where it mentions no AI allowed. And they're like, it's not about rules, it's just a social rule. You can do it. Everybody is just going to judge you for it and hate you for cluttering up the sub with AI shit no one wants. I have a feeling there are a lot of social cues you don't pick up on. And I was like, resorting to ad hominem attacks. Awesome. Do you think AI wrote the script, edited it, and decided which camera angles and scenes to use? Just going to ignore all the human process involved? You expect someone to go spend 188 hours in Blender to make this, or just become a professional animator for this 1 minute squirrel skydiving video when you can just have AI do it instantly for free? Parentheses, insert closing ad hominem attack. And then she was like, none of that matters. No one cares how much human involvement there is. People just want to see AI. People just don't want to see AI stuff on their feed. It's as simple as that. And I'm like, what happens when you can't tell the difference between AI and not AI? Then it's magically okay again? And then they're like, no, it will be wrong. And you will be in the wrong for knowingly posting something that is made with AI. All we can do is our best to suss out the difference and shame the people that post it. And I was like, okay, so just downright hate for AI. I guess everybody should just go to animation school. Why do you think AI is automatically bad? I've seen some amazing AI creations. It can do things that are very difficult, if not impossible, to achieve without it. AI is a tool, and the human can use it to create something amazing or not. If it's something funny, the author or source is still a human that determines how the idea comes into existence. And then someone found the iPad kid.
Did you write back ad hominem attack?
Someone defended me and said, why is OP a loser? Try not to be negative. And then, I don't know, people just hated it.
I think it was the best thing ever.
Yeah, do you want to watch the video and judge for yourself?
Yeah, I do. I do. And I'm going to create an account. I'm going to shit on it, and then I'm going to get banned because everybody hates me on all the websites.
You're gonna try and Earl on my Reddit post.
That's not a word.
Earl now means
That's
to shit on, or you got Earled.
No, it doesn't. Earls are
It does
cool.
mean
No, Earls are cool.
Squirrels are cool. Earls are you got shit on.
Earls are cool too, dog. All right, let's see your fucking thing. Stream it, dog. I'm waiting.
Oh, you need me to stream it? I sent you the Reddit link.
Oh, that's too much work. Just stream it.
Oh my god, dude.
Okay,
Alright,
no. I'm
I
being,
don't know if the volume
I'm
will
being a
come through
dick.
on
No,
my
no.
phone.
I'm being a dick. I'm being a dick. I'm looking at it. Just a moment. I'm going, dog. I'm going. G Squirrel goes skydiving. All right, I already don't like the title.
I swam across the entire length of the Amazon.
Okay,
G Squirrel has done many things in his life. I played the bongos in the Congo. I swam across the entire length of the Amazon. I've ridden on a capybara across the Valley of Fire. Today was the day I learned to fly. Yes, you heard correctly. I'm about to fly like a G6. What you are about to see is called a USO, unidentified circular object. G Squirrel whizzing through the air so quick it's causing those classified images colors. No one can detect my levels of speed. That's how fast I fly. My cheeks are flapping around like loose turtles on high ritual. There's no phone notifications at this height, just pure sky. I even got to play a quick game of shuffleboard with the planet. I was scoring hanger after hanger. When we licked up belly formation with only Coco off the tiger. Yeah, I'm eating spaghetti and meatballs in the sky too. My name is G Squirrel. Crying out loud. I stopped landing at the church bell effortlessly striking noon. Drop a comment or you'll be screaming on the way down.
Okay, here's my question. Was this at any time ever posted to TikTok?
Yeah, I posted it on my TikTok.
Then it's perfect. Then that's exactly what this fucking subreddit's for.
Yeah, I mean, no, but apparently TikTok cringe. Like, you'd think that it was about cringy TikToks, and I feel like this does perhaps qualify as a cringy TikTok, but apparently the people in this sub are like, it says, here's the group description is a place to watch the best and worst videos from TikTok. Here you can find TikToks that are cringe-worthy, funny, wholesome, and more. So right there, the fact that they're hating on this video for how bad it is, which it wasn't even my intention to make it that bad, but the fact that they hate it so much is like, well, you came here to find videos that are cringy and suck. Why? So I'm not doing anything wrong.
I agree with you.
No, was it the most funny video in the entire universe? Probably not.
No.
But
And they didn't ban you from posting that there?
no, I mean, you're allowed to post AI stuff. Apparently, it's just some unwritten rule of like, if you post it, you're gonna get a bunch of salty Redditor people ad hominem attack you, trying to Earl on you.
Quit trying with the Earl, dog.
How would you make? Have you seen the fat season like AI videos on Instagram?
Nobody's seen that. What is that?
Alright, it's like some cryptocurrency, and they have this account, and literally the account is like, it's all just like AI generated stuff, and their whole thing is like, I guess, being like pro big bodied individuals. Just type in like fat season on Instagram or whatever.
That was it.
Deal, but it basically, I was trying to emulate that because this like that style apparently gets like millions of views. So yeah. How do you think the video could have improved? Did you notice the name of the song in the background?
No, I didn't. Just a moment. I'll tell you. I gotta go to the bathroom. All right. I kind of liked it.
Did you have time to reflect?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, thank you.
I kind of liked it. The animation, everything was really good. You make a valid point. Like, dude, it would take so long to make this in Blender that what's even the point? Just for like that one video, and it it was entertaining. It reminded me of like Alvin and the Chipmunks um or Chippendale. It was exciting. It had the squirrel jumping through the air and like meeting up with the tigers. I like that you introduced the tigers. It's like you only had 1 minute. You actually brought in like other characters, and they played shuffleboard on in the skydiving, and it had a story. Uh, so what do I like? What I didn't notice. What was the
It
song?
was family-friendly content.
That's absolutely true. What was the song in the
Like
background?
Cindy, whatever, time after time.
Oh, okay, yeah, Cyndi Lauper.
Yeah. That song was written by Prince.
Was it?
And I think Prince also has a cover to that song, but it's a fire song. I love that song.
Word, dog. So I liked all of that. And I'm trying to think of anything that I didn't like about it. I mean, I get what they're saying.
Obviously it's AI slob, but I don't know. Like, the video didn't bother me personally when I was viewing it. Like, I don't know, like, how else are you going to get the shuffleboard in like the sky? And obviously there's a bunch of like artifacts in it, but it like almost doesn't matter because I don't know. It's the fact that it's like almost like low quality makes it like fun.
I agree. All right. And did it succeed anywhere else?
I mean, it has 350 views on TikTok, but only 5 likes. I don't know if that ratio is good or not, but that account is also brand new, so not any like loyal followers really. I didn't really get any followers from it, but I got 5 likes and 1 favorite on TikTok, and I haven't posted on Instagram yet. I also have another one about G Squirrel going to the movie theater to play Dance Dance Revolution, but I think I did not do a good enough. I mean, it was decent enough, but I would have changed like one little thing at the start. But I still think it's funny.
Okay. All right. I'm looking through all of the things on.
Yeah, people hate it though
Oh,
on the Reddit.
yeah. They think it's terrible. Yeah. Um, dude, there used to be so many documentaries.
I also posted it in like the skydiving or subreddit,
Oh,
and everyone in the
they hate
skydiving
it.
subreddit
They'd hate it.
like got so pissed at me, and one guy was like, "I can tell you're not like a real
Skydive.
skydiver. You think this trash is good?" Like, okay, dude. I didn't respond. I'm like, man,
Ad hominem.
good for you, dude. You skydive. Yeah, like, great.
Right. Dude, I've heard an interesting one. Um, I've heard an interesting theory, and um, it. Yeah, here it is. All right, you ready? You ready for the documentary?
Is it good?
I don't know. Let me see what the comments say. I've heard of this theory before, but I don't know too much about it. Um, okay, is it good? I mean, people are shitting on him, just like um, they shit on you. But um, it's just such a big theory that I know you're gonna be like, "What's the theory?" I think we've watched it before. Watched something similar before. Um, okay, we were watching. I think we watched it together. I made you watch it on Joe Rogan. They had this guy who's the head of a venture capital firm. And
What was the McDonald's one? Like McMillions or that dude?
oh yeah, dude! If you want to watch McMillions, I'll watch him. It's a 7-part.
Ray Kroc.
No, that's different. That's The Founder. That's one of the best movies of the last decade.
Okay, I haven't seen either. What's McMillions about?
McMillions is the story of the McDonald's Monopoly pieces. McDonald's used to have a game. I guess they still do.
Oh yeah, no, I've watched the like YouTube documentary.
Yeah. Um,
So I already know that story. But
Yeah, and the
Ray Kroc one I have not.
The Ray Kroc one is, it's like my favorite movie of the last 10 years. All right, but okay. I want to just say this. I just want to say this theory. Yo, dog, are you throwing your phone through an elevator shaft?
No, I just dropped my dog at my neighbor's who got accepted to be a professional dog trainer.
Yeah, dude, the lady who's a 50-year-old 10. Dude, you don't think that I fucking forgot about this hoe?
Yeah.
She's hot as fuck.
Yeah.
Yo, lady, you're hot as fuck.
She is.
That's amazing. Why don't you try to stick it in her?
I don't like her like that, but
well, I do. What's this bitch look like?
Kind of squirrely, a little bit. She worked in the Yukon with squirrels.
Doug, what does she look like? I didn't ask you what her employment history is.
I don't. How do I describe the look of?
Okay, this is how you do it.
I guess like a comparable one. I mean, she looks like I don't know.
Okay, this is how you do it.
Your imagination.
Okay, here we go. 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 No, I'm sure she does. Does she look like anyone famous?
I don't know enough that I can immediately think of it all.
All right. How tall is she?
I don't know, like 5'7".
Okay. What color hair?
Gray, white.
Wow, you think a lady with gray, white hair is a 10?
Doug, I was saying the 10 to be nice. It's like her personality.
No. You said this bitch is a 10. I mean, that's cool. That's cool. I think some.
No, I said her.
Doug, I think some ladies.
Inside personality.
No. I think some ladies who have gray, white hair are perhaps 10s, but it's like. It's pretty rare. Okay. How's her smile?
10.
All right, so she's got a great smile. What is?
Can you stop probing me about this?
Does she
doesn't mean she's like a 10. Doesn't mean she's like a really awesome.
No. Nobody wants that. Nobody gives a shit about that. Does she have huge tits?
No.
Okay. Well then.
Dude, go and direct the attention of your monkey brain.
Oh, maybe I'll do it to your previous Reddit posts, Mr. Monkey Brain.
Oh, yeah, you can. Skydiving squirrel gets your rocks off.
It's just in my mind, I have this lady to be like. I mean, maybe it's just 10.
If she was Pamela Anderson, I'd be over there right now.
Okay, all right. There you go. All right. So this theory is an interesting one. I think we watched it. It was Mark Andreessen. He's the guy who like does venture capital. He was on the Joe Rogan Experience, and he's like, nuclear weapons aren't real. And Joe Rogan's like, what are you talking about? And he's like, nuclear weapons, they're not real. Have you ever seen the Trinity site video? And Joe Rogan's like, huh? And they look at it, and they use miniatures. Did I make you watch this?
No, that's crazy.
Oh, so yeah. No. You've got to watch this. I don't want to put you through.
Is it a documentary or Joe Rogan show?
Both. But I want you to see
Don't spoil the documentary if there's a documentary.
No, I've never seen the documentary. That's why I said, like, whenever I hear one of these theories that I don't know that much about, I keep it in the back of my head, and then I'm like, I need to do more research on that. So type into YouTube Mark Andreessen. It's not Anderson. It's AND.
Yeah, no, I know. I think it has two A's like ours.
No, two E's, Doug. And Joe Rogan, and type in like nuclear.
Andreessen horse. Yeah.
Um.
I got it.
All right. So go to the Joe Rogan. It says, did they fake old nuclear videos? It has 53,000 views. It's from JRE podcast 2 years ago.
Is he saying that Oppenheimer is a scam?
Dog, I don't. Just.
I have the video.
Okay.
Do you want me to stream it?
Yeah. If you want to, that'd be great. So if this is interesting to you,
is there any other thing you want to say before that?
Yeah. If this is interesting to you, then I have a documentary that I've never seen, so I can't say, oh, this is a good documentary or a bad documentary.
Is it on nuclear bombs?
Yeah.
I'm down.
Okay. Okay. You got to say it nuclear though.
I didn't say nuclear. I said nuclear.
Okay, good. Just making sure. Yeah, so we'll watch this 7-minute one, and if you think this is interesting, then we'll watch the. If you're just like, dude, you're bonkers on this one, I'll be like, okay, well then Mark Andreessen and I can jerk each other off in the corner, but it doesn't look real to me.
Okay.
But I think you'll see it, and you'll be like, oh, dude, those are miniatures.
Okay. I'll stream it.
Dude, shout out to Riser. Anybody who's watching this in the future, how amazing he is for streaming this. I know it's a pain in the ass. He's such a good friend. I give him shit constantly, and he takes it so well. He has such a good heart. Just shout out to Riser.
There's two that was brought up on Joe Rogan experience. One is that traumatic insight.
Riser, if you can hear me, this is not it. Oh, yeah, it is. Hold on. Wait, hold on. The thing that I want you to see is 7 minutes long. I can send it to you. Do you see, if you type in Mark Andreessen, Joe Rogan, nuclear, it's a 7-minute long video. From JRE podcast, 53,000 people. That's what it looks like. That's exactly what it looks like. Ooh. Okay.
It's not this one first that we're just watching.
No, because that one's everybody like already believes that they're a thing. I want to hear what Mark Andreessen said.
I mean, you're saying that this guy, the little guy talking, is saying that they're legit.
Yes.
Okay. Well, can we just finish?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Of him, and then I'll do the other one.
Absolutely.
I want now see who's lying.
You could often only capture that with high-speed photography. So each and every one of those above-ground tests, they would have camera mounts at a whole bunch of different locations just to capture it. So I kind of disagree.
Hello, my name is Joseph Kent. I'm the Chief Community Officer and Curator here at the Atomic Museum. Right next to me is the Rappatronic camera. The Rappatronic camera was designed in the 1940s at MIT by Harold Doc Edgerton. They would use cameras like these at the Nevada test site to capture the progression of an atomic bomb right after detonation. They would be capturing within milliseconds of that explosion. They would place these cameras around the test and place them in bunkers to help protect them from the bomb. If you'd like to learn more about the Rappatronic camera and why it's used in army in general, visit the website on the second floor of the Habitat.
They say there's been an uptick of UFO sightings since we started testing out nuclear weapons. The theory is that the aliens are coming to kind of shield us from ourselves, protect us from ourselves, or there's a uptick in, high-tech craft that the United States is developing. Have you, as you worked out at the site, did you ever experience any kind of UFO phenomenon, or did you see an uptick at all? Yeah, I started out there in 1989. Never saw a UFO out there. Never saw any sort of uptick, not even as close as big as. So I have no idea where the origin of that might be. Actually, amongst other things, on the Fourth of July, Los Angeles, Las Vegas, the other four memories sticks with me. Actually wrote a book on UFOs. Even in his book, he talks about those areas, UFOs tied to the Nevada test site. So, not quite sure where that came from, but there's always speculation. You don't know some of the people like to fill in the blanks with their beliefs on what people should believe. Thanks for watching.
Guy sucks. It's just one person. Okay. Go to your YouTube if you can, and we want to type in Joe Rogan, colon, yeah, this.
One is they have a production facility right there, right where all these musicians showed up. Two is the musicians, like a very large percentage of these musicians, were sons and daughters of senior U.S. military during the Civil War, including Jim Morrison, whose father was the head of naval operations for the Vietnam War at the time. And there were these other, I forget which ones, but there were these other musicians at the time whose parents were like senior
I don't know if this is it.
executives on the road. But like that's all real and that's all documented. And then the third is they had a brand corporation, who was one of the inspirations for Dr. Strangelove character for Rabbi. So he was the guy who we were planning for
Yeah,
the
it is.
war.
It is.
Right before the hippies in this famous house that's still there. And so the theory basically goes that the anti-war movement before the hippies was basically a square movement. It was all these basically young people, very clean cut, were all very really old, like Vietnam War protests, like everybody's all like dressed up like they're going to this meeting. It was developing a real threat. And so the theory is the hippie movement, rock and roll, drug culture in the 60s was developed in order to basically sabotage the anti-war movement. Right, which basically is what happened, right? What happened is the anti-war movement became associated with hippies, and that caused Americans to, right, decide what side they were on, and that led to Nixon being elected twice.
Which was also part of chaos because that was the idea behind the Manson family. If you follow the passage, the facility was equipped with a soundstage, screening rooms, film storage vaults, and naturally a bomb shelter. During its 22 years of operation, Lookout Mountain Laboratory produced approximately 6,500 classified films for the Department of Defense and the Atomic Energy Commission, documenting nuclear test series such as Operation Greenhouse, Operation Teapot, and Operation.
I see the fault. Just it's not true. The camera alone, like this alone. Yeah, where's that camera? They have that at a glance. Or toward the end. Yeah, maybe one of those. Wow. Yeah, the Soviets did too. Yuri Gagarin using that capsule space. Wait, did you see the actual capsule? When you see the film footage that was supposedly put in the capsule? There's like two different sources of light, the shadows, the camera somehow goes in front of it, this big ass lamp, like sort of illuminated thing. Like they filmed it afterwards, and it looks fake. I'm sure people go into space, and that wasn't it. That was weird propaganda. But Gary Kasparov has a theory. This is the theory that they're missing centuries. Yeah, Kasparov has the theory that there are centuries that didn't happen. There's just literally centuries that, like, this whole idea of the Middle Ages lasted 1200 years or whatever, it's just like not true. Really? Yeah. There's something about whenever they're like enough historical evidence to support it. Various people have written various stories over time around it, tell various stories about how long regimes have been in place or whatever. Oh, so yeah. Not as much time has passed as we think. But that's fine. Yeah, it's so hard. That's why I was having a conversation with someone about the historical significance of the Bible, and he was arguing for the resurrection. Like, I'm saying, well, based on what? Historical accounts of people that were there. That's enough. That's, okay, maybe. Because it's been passed down for a long time. Yeah, but it seems pretty to go just on that. Like, it's so hard to find out what happened 20 years ago from CNN. Yeah, 2 days ago. Yeah, I mean, how are history books going to talk about the Iraq War? How are they going to talk about what happened with weapons of mass destruction? What's it going to spin there? Armageddon. That's like, not really dumb. It's like, part of history book here. Good guys having fun.
What are your thoughts?
Moon landing situation where they try to convince their oppositions that they have capabilities that they don't have.
I'm in agreement with you. And now think about this is 40, this is 20 plus years before that. So then the theory is, all right, like, do you see how they're miniatures or they look like miniatures?
I mean, I think there's an argument to be made that like, assume that they were true, like they're built specifically to be blown up, so they're not going to, like, for foundation and stuff, it's going to be rickety. But
No, if you watch the video, there's a car that comes out of nowhere, like they just placed it down.
Yeah, but that doesn't necessarily entirely prove that it's a miniature car, miniature building. I agree that the car appearing out of nothing is definitely suspicious as fuck.
And like, who would be like?
That doesn't prove that the size is any bigger or smaller than what we don't. Like, we don't know the size.
And who would be like, hey, we're about to set off a nuclear weapon. Oh, but there's not a car there. Hey, go drive the car next to the house. Nobody's dumb enough to do
that. I mean, but why would they make such a crucial video editing error?
Because here's the thing. It was 20 years before. even
in
NASA.
the 50s.
It was in the
You can't undo
it
it.
was in the 40s, and so they never expected anybody to have the ability like they currently do to go back and watch this stuff in slow motion or whatever.
I need to get a better picture of like the timelines, because when did Oppenheimer and that whole thing claim to have happened? Was that in the 60s, the
No,
50s,
no,
the
no,
40s?
40s. This is the Manhattan Project, essentially from 1940 to 1945, with the dropping of the nuclear weapons in August of 1945 on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Now the question exists. Okay, so if all this shit doesn't work,
Excuse me. I need to ask a question. I don't mean to cut you out. Can I ask a question real quick? So I said, excuse me.
go ahead.
Rabbi,
Yes.
who is Canadian Bacon? Is that JC? Who is Canadian Bacon? He's a mutual suburb. I mean, a mutual you. Who's Canadian Bacon?
I have no idea who that is.
Me either. That's why I keep rejecting it. But I'm not going to reject it because I don't know if that's JC or not.
That's okay. He probably just
So
sees
that
you.
can't be JC. He's not from no Canadian, Canada.
No, he probably just sees that we're friends and comes in here. I don't know. There's some people who just want to send friend requests.
I'm just going to leave it because I don't know who he is.
That's fine. Just hit ignore.
Alrighty. Okay, sorry to make it y'all. Good night.
You're okay. Sweet dreams, Mr. Christ Godwin.
Sweet dreams.
So then the question arises, Riser, is what happened in Japan in 1945 with Hiroshima and Nagasaki if nuclear weapons don't exist? And the argument is that they firebombed the city. This wouldn't be the first time they firebombed the city. They firebombed Dresden in Germany. But there are a lot of questions that exist. If nuclear energy is so like deadly, like you're not able to go to Chernobyl or anything like that, then how do people still live in Hiroshima and Nagasaki and don't have like 12 heads?
Well, that's a power plant versus like a explosive.
Which I would think would be worse. A power plant, you can control the meltdown in like lead lined buildings, which they had. A nuclear weapon spreads nuclear energy and radiation for hundreds of miles.
Yeah, and you think that isn't there like some like carbon-14 testing that you could do? So I think they have measured like the carbon-14 in like the atmosphere to date things, and you can date like all sorts of things using carbon-14, which is from nuclear bombs.
No. The argument is that nuclear energy doesn't exist. No, that's not it. It's the fact that nuclear weapons are used. Or are nuclear weapons just this boogeyman thing that are used to invade people's countries, which has been done for the last 80 years?
Yeah.
It was,
I mean,
it was done.
Is there a giant ass crater in Hiroshima?
No. In fact, where the bomb supposedly was dropped, the building is still standing.
And there's no giant crater.
No.
The size of the
And it's not like any of the like there are people who had some radiation exposure allegedly, but it's not like millions of people. These are big cities. And you would think that like you're not allowed to be born in Nagasaki or Hiroshima. But no, I have friends who've been there. And I'm like, don't they warn you about like going into the city? They're like, no, we went to the museum. It's like absolutely fine. Yet Chernobyl is considered like a wildlife refuge now that's thriving, but you're not allowed to go within like a huge area of Ukraine because of this, which is another question. But so I think that this theory has dredged up enough interest that let's look at the documentary. It's called, just go to BitChute and say nuclear bombs don't exist.
Nice. I mean, yeah, maybe this will answer the questions on it. I don't know enough about Hiroshima or Nagasaki to say, or I don't know enough about nuclear bombs.
You keep saying nuclear.
I said nuclear.
Okay, nuclear.
Nuclear.
It's nuclear.
Nuclear.
Yes.
Is the documentary only 17 minutes long?
No, it's like 2 hours. Go to BitChute.
I typed it in.
And then
I said nuclear bombs don't exist. Every single one is 17 minutes, except for
how did you spell nuclear?
Nuclear.
Okay, excellent. It is called. Oh no, apologies. Just type in nukes are fake. NUKES space ARE space FAKE.
Okay. And who is it by? It's 2 hours long.
153 Johnny Jen.
And 53. No, that one's by Enzyme Media. Oh, Johnny Jen. All right. Yeah, I have it.
All right, let's roll, baby.
I hope this is red towards as well.
I've seen a documentary like this. I don't know if it was this exact one, but it was interesting. I can't say that I believed it, but it was interesting.
Well, you're working your way into the Gemara. One day you'll do the Gemara also. So basically, I have no reason to come to Batman. I need to come. What? Just to show them a video? Let's see if I want to come to Panama. Yeah, we gotta go to Panama one day. Yeah? So it's a big massive thing. Get more people. Learn the whole shit. Besides, just say, I don't know, but I'm the judge. Forget the guy. I didn't know what the passion was. I spoke to it. Now they're saying, well, it's a passion like this. Why do you need a puzzle to say that you don't put salt in blood? Bloody is salt. Blood that has salt is blood. It's not good blood. You can't even drink it, and I don't even cut it. So what are you going to start the puzzle and say you shouldn't put salt in the blood? Savage, you can't put salt in blood. Not the same, but it is the way. The Rabbi even says that good to the mitzvah of salt. One granular, whatever it's called, one grain of salt. One grain of salt. That's right, okay, so you put more. You find the number that says how much salt. But if you put a little bit in, then you didn't ruin it. It's still available for the back. I would think that you should salt the blood very little, just to be not put it away that it's still kosher, it's still on your back. That if you eat that blood, your tide cuts. But at the same time, you're yet to the mitzvah of salting. I put a little tiny bit. I would think that. And that's why I need a puzzle. They shouldn't even put a little bit. Let's work. Cook up the blood, boil the blood, and you're not open. There's a brother, the honor of Rothschild, the brother says, basically, a bio, Rashi says, so much stuff. How come some animals, he says, lots of some diamonds, he's no parachute. It means that it boils up. Because of that, the hollow, the blood is concealed. It's like a scallop form. Gala, not just gala. Yeah, I'll show you a little bit of the video. It's really the wrong. Here. This is the Shrek stuff. I've seen one advertised for the public price. This is going to be more later, so we're not going to show it later. Basically, the one says later, you take it, you know, it's like not a stick, it's good. I don't know what the heck. If you look at the handle, use a finger. The Torah says you shouldn't eat handle, you shouldn't eat fat. So what if you put the fried fat? Spoiled blood and came up with it. Maybe that's not what it says, but you shouldn't eat. But you drink it with a straw. It's still higher. The one of the words that if you boil up blood, you're higher. Why are you telling me that if you boil up blood, you're puffed? Even says boil up blood puffed. Here it says it's foolish. It says like that, but you boiled it up and you ate it up. Then you ate it. You sweat. It doesn't really catch you from the pool and you can have simple way to heat it up. If you heat it up with a fire and let it go back to where it was, if you heat it up enough and sun that it would, that spark flame right away, all the way, all that, it never goes back to the consistency. But not all that. Right now,